What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us on this Wild Out Thursday. Man, it is a crazy-ass Thursday. We kind of left off with what happened that was crazy. The show ended, and I see Chip in the waiting room. My man Chip Brown in the building. What's up, man?
Hey, the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice, and I am fighting through it today. I don't know what I've got, but it is not good. But hey, happiness is a choice, so we're going to be happy. And we should have Lance Taylor joining us any second now. So how you doing, Zay?
I'm good, man. Can't complain. Feeling good, feeling great. Sorry you're not feeling well. Like, what we got? Stomach bug?
Yeah, I think I got some food poisoning.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been I've been doing some laps. But hey, I think I coated my stomach with stuff.
You a Pepto guy?
Was that?
You a Pepto guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with a little Pepto. Are you the tablet or do you go with the liquid?
I've become a tablet guy.
See, man, hey, don't sleep on the liquid. I know it's gross, but something about that liquid stick to your ribs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm glad you're on the other side of it. And if you need to go handle some business, your boy could take over if need be. So I got you, man.
We are good to go. I see our man Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator, is kind enough to join us right off the top. LT, lanceslock.com. How you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
Oh, man, we're hanging in there.
I'm better than your man Sherrone Moore right now.
Say the least.
Wow. That's I had asked you last week, I think, if something were to happen to Sherrone Moore, could Kalen DeBoer enter the picture for Michigan? Now that Sherrone Moore is out, what is the rumblings there in Alabama about Michigan maybe coming for DeBoer?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's realistic. I think they'll come after him. I think there is an obvious link there. I was at the Monday Morning Quarterback Club last night, and the news had broke just a couple of hours before, and that's all everybody could talk about. Like, there's no way he's going to leave, but we're so sick of people pursuing our coach. Well, that's a good thing. It shows you that, he's wanted, and, he is a guy that Penn State obviously had a flirtation with. And I think Michigan, when you look at Courtney Morgan, a former offensive lineman there from 99 to 2003, and a player personnel director just 2 years ago when they won a national championship for Jim Harbaugh, now he is the general manager for Kalen DeBoer, and they've got a great relationship. And I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of things that will probably certain people will reach out to Courtney Morgan, and I'm sure he will relay whatever to Kalen DeBoer. But I know Kalen DeBoer is really, really focused on a game he's got in 8 days that they're the favorite in this rematch with Oklahoma in Norman. And if they win that game, then they play an Indiana team that's really never been on that stage. I mean, sure, Indiana played in a college football playoff in South Bend last year. Sure, they beat Ohio State in a Big Ten championship game, but these stakes are just getting bigger and bigger. So I think Alabama is still somewhat optimistic they can make a little run here. We'll see what happens, but I don't think there's anything to it. I don't blame Michigan for coming after him. But when it's all said and done, I mean, the thing that makes the most sense is probably Jesse Minter, your former defensive coordinator, now with the Chargers. But we'll see what happens. I mean, if they could get Kalen DeBoer, the way to win the press conference would be DeBoer. I don't know how many other options out there that would win it, but boy, the dominoes that this job can really spark, especially if a guy like Kalen DeBoer, a sitting head coach, was to leave. But just an insane story. I'm sure you guys have talked about this. If Michigan would have beaten Ohio State, or if they wouldn't have lost to USC and they were in this college football playoff, Sherrone Moore could probably have his affair and nobody would say anything about it.
Yeah. These are the types of things when people want you out, they dig in deep. And then if he was really going over to this gal's house to try to put a muzzle on her, you know,
I don't know about you guys, but in my prime, if somebody wanted to fire me for calls with a contract like that, they could have got me. And I think probably 90% of coaches, if you really wanted to fire them with calls, I mean, you think Lane Kiffin would be easy to fire with calls? I mean, it really is the difference in winning and losing. And when you play, you know, and I know you're a Michigan guy, Chip, and, you know, I've got a really good friend that's a big Michigan guy, and he reached out, you know, weeks ago, and he's like, man, we've got to get rid of Moore. He's not the guy. And, you know, I just think there's been internal rumblings that it just doesn't look like the product that Jim Harbaugh had. It hadn't been bad, but it just hasn't been good. And, you know, I think they were looking for a reason to get him out, and that was an easy one.
Yeah. Well, Lance, you said that you're optimistic for this Alabama team possibly making the run in the college football playoff. You're going to have to convince me, and I'm sure multiple listeners here, on why that's the case, because when I saw in that SEC game, SEC championship, it was rough.
I was there. It was bad, Zay. I'll go back to a 4-game stretch where, you know, they go to Athens, they win, and I might get this out of order. They beat Tennessee, they beat Missouri, they beat Vanderbilt, you know, whatever that order was. It was all top 15, 20 teams. That was an incredible run. And if they get hot like that again and Ty Simpson plays to the level he can, and, you know, the offensive line is so banged up. You know, you were down a starter. Your best offensive lineman is probably Parker Brailsford, your center. He's got a bum ankle right now, so he's not even close to 100%. You were missing your starting tailback in J.M. Miller. You were missing one of your best defensive linemen in L.T. Overton. You were missing your third leading receiver in Josh Cuevas, your tight end. So, look, everybody's banged up. This team is not whole right now. You know, if you look at the last 4 games, excluding Eastern Illinois, they've only averaged 18 points per game. So the offense has been terrible. The good news is the defense has become elite. And, you know, even if you watch, although it wasn't a game against Georgia, the defense really, you know, a block punt led to 7, a 4th down conversion they didn't get in the 4th quarter, you know, gave a short field at the 10. There was an interception. I mean, the defense really legitimately gave up 1 long drive, and that was it. So I think the defense can hang with any offense in college football. Again, they're favored, and I think it's a great matchup based on this. Like, they put up more yards against Oklahoma than anybody else has. It just didn't equate to points. They were -3 in turnovers. It was kind of a flukish game when you watched it play out. Alabama looked like the much better team. I think they've got a ton of confidence. Now, the problem is, you know, in the last calendar year, they've lost twice to Oklahoma, and they've averaged 12 points per game in those contests, and they've averaged 3 turnovers per game in those contests. So they got to stop turning the football over. I've just got a feeling that, you know, Oklahoma is so offensively challenged as well. Alabama will find a way to win this game, but we'll see.
Does this take the under?
Probably. It's 40.5 right now. I'm surprised at it. And that's a low college football total.
Low.
Yeah. But yeah, I would play the under. I don't know how, outside of short fields and turnovers, there are any points that really get produced in this game. I just, you know, Mateer hasn't been the Mateer we thought he would be. And, you know, although Simpson is still projected as a first-round guy, he hasn't played that well right now. And Ryan Williams, your most explosive player, has disappeared. And I mentioned all the injuries. So I don't know. Alabama fans, I think I don't even know if they're optimistic. You know, from my perspective, I would be optimistic. But as they said, man, they look so broken right now on offense. It would be, for a lot of people, far-fetched for them to make a run in this. But I don't know how many elite teams there are. You know, I mean, Indiana and Ohio State, I think Georgia is playing at an elite level. But with that said, Alabama beat them in Athens earlier this year.
Yeah, when you look at the bracket, LT, you've got, you know, James Madison in Oregon and Alabama, Oklahoma in one half, with Texas Tech and Indiana as the top seeds. And then in that lower half, you got Ole Miss playing Tulane to play Georgia. Miami and A&M playing to face off against Ohio State. Doesn't it seem like Alabama got the better end of that draw, or how do you see it?
Probably so. I mean, I think Oklahoma, look, I give Venables credit, but their offense is just not good right now. And so I think it's a very beatable team. And then you look on the other side of this, Oregon's going to win, but they're playing a Texas Tech team that's never been on this stage, and that's a dominant Texas Tech defense. But, you know, I think Alabama will take this. I mean, you stay away from Georgia and Ohio State until you really move forward. I don't know. You know, a month ago I would have said Alabama could win this thing, and now I just don't know.
You going in, Norman?
I'll say this real quick, Zay.
Okay.
Ohio State going into this college football playoff last year, people were talking about, hey, if Ryan Day loses round 1 to Tennessee, he's probably going to get fired. And, you know, they went on a heater.
Yeah. You going to Norman?
I'm not going to Norman. We're sending somebody to Norman. I am planning, at least right now, going out to LA for the week if they beat Oklahoma to go out to Rose Bowl. And, of course, selfishly, I'm going to try to double up and go see Rams week 18 against the Cardinals. So there is a reason, but and I've been to 3 Rose Bowls. I don't know, Chip. I know you've been to ones. I don't know if you've ever been. It's a shitty stadium, but there's something about it that, like, we talked about this on the show today. You need to see it if you're a college football fan, you know, in person.
Yeah, it is magical in terms of the location. We'll get to Rams Lions here in a second, but Ty Simpson, is he dealing with something in his back that could cause issues?
There's a thought that he got hurt against South Carolina or Missouri. I think a lot of people believe first possession, second half against Missouri, where he got sacked and fumbled, that he wrenched his back a little bit. He does look a little off. He's missed some open throws. He was making those NFL throws earlier this year that he's not making right now. He's had some drops, though. He seems off. And I don't think it's a confidence thing. I think he's a really confident kid. But he seems a little off. He really – I mean, they're one-dimensional. They can't run the football. They cannot run the football. And the numbers were a little skewed, 16 carries minus 3 rushing yards against Georgia. You know, when you obviously, you know, total in sacks with that, the numbers are going to be worse. But they just can't run the football. Even with a healthy Jam Miller, they can't. So they've become one-dimensional. His safety blanket has been Josh Cuevas, the tight end. And with him out, it's just the offense is so out of sync right now. So out of sync.
How do you feel about the rest of the bracket?
I like Indiana a lot. Again, I'm a little hesitant just because they haven't been on this stage. I think Texas Tech is going to go to the semis. I think Georgia's already booked to the semis. You know, when I look at Georgia sitting there with a bye, Ole Miss in the rematch with Tulane will probably handle them easily again in Oxford. But that'll be the first ever playoff win for Ole Miss. And then you've got Kirby Smart on his revenge tour. Well, I can't even call it a revenge tour because they beat Ole Miss, but his second time to see them, where they were down in the fourth quarter to Ole Miss earlier this year. Now it's Kirby Smart against Pete Golding. And so I think Georgia moves on, and then they're automatically in the semifinals. I think Texas Tech is going to be in the semifinals. I probably would lean Indiana and Ohio State. I think it's probably all chalk. Like, if you were to tell me one team that doesn't have a bye that really could make some noise. I mean, Oregon could. I don't trust their offense 100%. It probably, at this point, I mean, Miami's got the toughest road, but I think Texas A&M's got their hands full with Miami.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I look at this, and I'm not trying to, like, give you a non-answer. It's just, I just don't see a dominant team. I really don't. And it's kind of like the Heisman this weekend. Like, I think Mendoza probably deserves it, but I haven't looked at any of these players and I'm like, damn, that guy is elite. Like, I watched Ashton Genty last year, and you can say what you want against Mountain West competitions. He looked elite. You know, normally you look at these Heisman Trophy guys and you're like, man, they've got their Heisman moment, multiple moments. They just seem like all-time greats, and I don't think you've seen that this year, and I don't think you've got one of those teams this year.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know that you have an elite NFL player among these finalists. You have a total warrior and a program changer in Pavia.
Yeah.
And Mendoza's had some great Heisman moments, we were talking about where the hell's Gunnar Stockton? I mean, that guy's come up clutch, but his Heisman moment was in, against Tennessee back in September.
Yeah. And I think Jeremiah Love might be the best of the bunch, but the controversial loss to Miami wasn't good. Pavi has been great. I'm a little surprised Jacob Rodriguez didn't get an invite. I thought that was, deserving, and especially in a year where it's kind of an unknown. But you're right. I mean, I've heard from a lot of people this is going to be, at least on paper going into it, one of the weakest drafts we've ever had.
Yeah. Okay, so if it's Georgia and Ohio State and Texas Tech versus Indiana, who do you like getting through to the final?
Man, I do. We were talking to Dan Orlovsky, and he obviously does a lot more NFL, but just randomly asked him best team in Texas, both on the college level and the NFL level. NFL level, I agree, said the Houston Texans. I think they're the best team in the AFC right now. And then on the college level, he said A&M. I'm not sure about that. I think it might be Texas Tech. With that said, he thinks it's going to be an Ohio State-Indiana rematch. I don't think it will be. I will go Indiana and Georgia, and I think Georgia is going to end up winning another one under Kirby.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing about Indiana, they've been in the fire. Like, they had to scratch and claw to get out of Penn State and beat Iowa. And Ohio State didn't. Like, now they've gotten their butts kicked. But Tech, okay, they lost Arizona State without Baron Morton.
Yeah, but outside of that game, Chip, they have dominated.
Yes.
But I don't know if we've got a barometer. We will see it, because I think what's going to happen is Oregon's obviously going to beat JMU. Then I think Texas Tech is going to be close to a picket. And I do lean Texas Tech in that game, and we'll see if they're ready. I think the rest at this point of the season helps everyone out. Now it can throw, a team that is like absolutely on fire right now. Like, I would have said that about Georgia before the Georgia Tech game, but they were off against Georgia Tech. And I think Georgia would have wanted to keep playing at that point, but they're trying to get that offensive line healthy as well. I don't know. It is going to be a fascinating playoff. I don't hate it for Notre Dame that they didn't get in, but I do think, like, if Notre Dame would have gotten in and you're getting me to draft teams that can win this whole thing, like, I might even have Notre Dame winning the whole thing, but I would probably go Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, then Notre Dame. Notre Dame would definitely be one of my top four.
In the NFL, Lance, who's cooking for you? What are you noticing? You just mentioned the Texans. Chip and I, we've been talking Texans all week.
I got them in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Chip's got them in the Super Bowl. I'm leaning that way, but I got to see more from C.J. Stroud. What are the Texans showing you right now?
Yeah, I think, I go back and I actually pulled this earlier today. You look at their 3 losses to begin the season. You look at all 5 of their losses, and I know currently they're the 7th seed in the AFC, but all 5 of the losses are one possession. Week 1, I saw them against my Rams in SoFi. It was a 5-point win. They were driving down, and Nate Landman made an incredible, his first punch out of the year. They turned the ball over in under a minute, and I think they were going to beat us. I really do. And then the very next week, they lose by a point to a healthy Tampa Bay team. Then they lost at Jacksonville by 7. They've lost to Denver by 1, and they lost to Seattle by 7 or 8 at Seattle. So, yeah, I think Houston is the best team right now. And then it's either Seattle or the Rams. And I think it will come down a week from tonight. The Rams play in Lumen Field. They've already beaten Seattle once, but I think the winner of that game is going to get home field and get the 1 seed. And I think ultimately the winner of next Thursday night's game will probably go to the Super Bowl.
All right. Well, what's going to happen this Sunday?
Well, I hope Rams is
a roll into SoFi.
Yeah, so big that Amon-Ra St. Brown was able to play for you guys this past week, and he gutted it out. He was a factor, and Gibbs has been incredible. There just seems to be something a little off with Detroit where they can't be consistently dominant like they were last year. So I don't know what Detroit team shows up. I think Gibbs can have a day. As good as our defense is, leading, and I say our defense, the Rams defense, leading the NFL in scoring defense, I think they're going to have their hands full with Gibbs. Now, I do wonder how well Goff is going to play in this game with the pressure he's going to see. I lean the Rams win. They're a 6-point favorite. They just lost a couple of weeks ago, and they know how important, and that's the thing. McVay's always got his guys ready. They know how big next week is. but next week really isn't that big if you lose this week. So I think the Rams win, but Dan Campbell, his fourth down gambles can either, look really good and he looks like a genius and put them in a good situation, or they can backfire, which they did a couple of weeks ago. So you just never know. Like if the fourth downs go their way, I mean, guy doesn't like to punt, so never know what's going to happen. But I do think the Rams probably win the game.
Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, I do. Chip likes to poke fun of my man Phillip Rivers for just loving the game, Lance. He's coming back for the love of the game, 44 years old. This is a crazy story, but are the Colts really this desperate?
It's shocking, Zay, because at one time, and this is how all over the place I am, a month ago, I would have told you the Colts are the best team in the AFC. They seemed whole. The one thing we worried about was Daniel Jones, and now he's out for the season, and Riley Leonard's banged up, and Riley Leonard, inaccurate quarterback at the collegiate level, obviously is at the NFL level. I just can't believe there is not a better option out there than 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. Like, you can't even equate it to anything. It's 5 years out of the game. He is by far the oldest guy in the game at 44. You guys might have seen the presser. Somebody asked him what his weight was, and he's like, I got no idea. I bet he's 260, 255, 260. He's 6'5" and a half. He's a big dude. He's not going to beat him with his legs. He never did, but he's a big son bitch. I don't know what to expect. I mean, I never was a Phillip Rivers fan, and he's an Alabama guy from Athens, Alabama. I don't know what to expect. I mean, this could be a complete train wreck. I hope he starts, though. I just want to see it.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, what's going on at lanceslock.com?
Winners, we've got the side up tonight. We've got those classic uniforms, the Atlanta, the Falcons red helmet, the creamsicle uniforms for Tampa. We've got that side up. We've got a play in the NBA. We've got one in college basketball. Every single day, a free play. You can monitor us. You can get daily package, weekly, monthly. It's all available at lanceslock.com.
LT, you're the man. Go Lions.
I'm not going to say that. Chip, say, be good. We will talk soon.
All right, brother. Everybody head over to lanceslock.com for the picks. He'll be picking them Rams. We're talking to John Brown today, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown, the hero for the Lions, coming off the deck with that severely sprained ankle to help the Lions get it done, keep their playoff hopes alive. That was an elimination game against the Cowboys that Amon-Ra came through so valiantly. We'll see. Now he's going home to LA.
Yeah, 10 days of rest. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully that, he's back to some kind of strength. We'll talk to John Brown about it. But yeah, Zay, I mean, it is an interesting college football playoff. Like, half these teams don't excite me at all. Like Ole Miss without a coach, Alabama and Oklahoma's offense are anemic. I think Georgia's playing the best they've played all year. And it's kind of I don't know that I'd rather Georgia play Texas Tech or Indiana, but Georgia, Ohio State, that'd be a great, my attention will increase as this playoff goes on. I'm probably more meh about the first round, except for A&M and Miami, because Mario Cristobal usually always finds a way to screw it up. And can he, with this second chance, the committee dropping Notre Dame and elevating Miami, can he take this Willy Wonka golden ticket and turn it into magic, turn it into a national title run? My gut says, hell no. But I see we got people in the comments saying A&M is going to get their butts kicked. I don't know. Miami plays in Hard Rock Stadium to a half full stadium. Miami's a small private school like SMU. They play in a pro stadium that they can't even fill. They're going into Kyle Field, which is going to be coming out of the roots. The foundation is going to be shaking. I mean, it always is with them, those Aggies swaying. But like, I think A&M's going to beat the Hurricanes. What do you think?
I think it's going to be a game. I think Miami, who has a front line, kind of like Texas, is going to watch that film and they're going to get after Marcel Reed, kind of like what the Horns did. And I think they understand that, hey, if we could stop their run game and make him a pocket passer and not allow him to utilize his legs, you're going to be in it. And he's going to throw you a couple of anybody balls. And what I mean by anybody, I mean anybody could catch it. The offensive team, defense, anybody.
Marcel Reed?
Marcel Reed, yes.
Especially when he has to go downfield.
Exactly.
If A&M can keep him throwing, those quick slants within 5-7 yards of the line of scrimmage, he's good. When he has to go 10 plus downfield, it kind of becomes, like you said, anybody ball.
Yeah. So we know A&M, besides Texas, they ain't playing nobody all year. So this is another big test. Like, this is the best team they've played besides Texas. So even though they might have been woken up by the Horns, they just lost Jay Bateman, who, I get it, bro. You got to go fly off yourself. Go be that free bird, because everybody's giving Mike Elko the credit, which he should have got some of it. He's the defensive coordinator. We always say Kirby Smart, Glenn Schumann. When we say Mike Elko, it just stops. So certain guys,
A&M's defensive coordinator just took another job.
That's what I'm saying. Jay Bateman, out of here. Yeah. Kentucky, here I come. So people are going to be like, oh, that's nothing. All right. Ask Ohio State if that's nothing with Brian Hartline. We never
and Colin Klein, where's his hat at?
Yeah, where's his hat at? That's what I'm saying. Aggies, like, this is the game. This is the game. This is what happens. Like, do you have enough guys? Somehow Chip Kelly wasn't a distraction last year when he won it and then just up and left for Vegas, which he ain't there no more. So what does that say about him? But you catch my drift here. A&M has a lot of distractions, and people saw their flaws against Texas. And I think what
you telling me you got the Hurricanes?
Yeah. What Miami does well is what A&M does bad. So, yeah, I'm going upset city.
I mean, Mario, I watched that whole Louisville game because my cousin, I was in Louisville getting ready to go to see Texas play Kentucky. And Miami-Louisville played on Friday night, and they abandoned the run and had Carson Beck throwing it 40-plus times. He's throwing interceptions, and I could not believe it. I was like, this is embarrassing. You've got arguably the best offensive line. Two of these, whatever, A&M, Miami both have really good offensive lines. So run the rock if you can. And Texas ran it for 218. So, Mario, you taking notes? You paying attention? You're a former offensive lineman and a former offensive line coach. You should be wanting to pound it, So let's see if Mario has learned some stuff since getting beat by Louisville and SMU mid-season.
Yeah, we got to be careful with how we say coaches pounding it with what happened yesterday. You know what I mean? But I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, especially Sherrone Moore, who's an offensive.
Sherrone Moore is doing the wrong pounding. Yeah, Mario, got to be disciplined. You got to take what the defense gives you. And if Carson Beck is turning the ball over and they're allowing him to be the man in that game, then they should take it. But I'm telling you, A&M, they weren't tested at all. Like, because Casey Concepcion is good. Mario Craver is really good. Tackle those guys. Don't let them get in the open field. Tackle them. Make Marcel Reed just be a quarterback.
Is this your
hating? Yeah, this is part of the hating.
Okay.
This is part of the hating. Absolutely. I don't know why Alabama would beat Oklahoma, but I got them. I'm taking the spread. Why would they? Why would they beat Oklahoma with how they looked against Georgia? but I gotta go up. You heard Lance, optimistic, you know.
Yeah, but even Lance sounded like he was.
Yeah, he didn't sound very optimistic.
No, he sounded like he was getting, nudged with a burning cattle prod to take Alabama. I mean, Ty Simpson's got a back injury. The tight end, the security blankets out. Josh Cuevas. I mean, look, these two teams are mirror images of each other.
Yeah,
they are all about that defense. And that means it's going to come down to special teams. OU's special teams are unbelievable. I think they have the Groza, the field goal kicker of the year, and Tate Mandel. And then, if it's going to be a 1 point, 2 point, 3 point game, you got to have that field goal kicking. And A&M, or Alabama, I don't know. I need to look at their field goal kicking. They might be lights out, but
yeah. And this Kalen DeBoer stuff, which Michigan, it ain't good. That ain't good. Even though some Alabama fans, they might be like, take them. There's a few that's saying that y'all can have them. We'll start from scratch. This game is cold. These blue bloods, these schools, it's cold, man. Sherrone Moore fumbled the bag, then went crazy, allegedly.
I mean,
and you know what? That also affects Texas too. Because I hope they don't back out the game, but I would understand if they did. Texas, they need them 15 practices. We're banking on that. Those 15 practices could be the difference between national championship, Arch Manning, Heisman, Colin Simmons, defensive player of the year, #1 pick. Those defensive practices are 15 practices. Who knows what that could do for this team? And now we got to wait to see what happens with Michigan. Because Sherrone Moore went crazy. You could have kept the money, bro. You could have. You really could have. You could have just wanted you fired. You didn't have to do all this other stuff. You would have been good, got another job. Sad, man. Sad. Brothers took a couple steps back yesterday for Sherrone Moore.
Damn.
Steps back. We gotta redeem ourselves some way, somehow. Somebody has to. Mel Tucker put us down bad. Mel Tucker, he did us real bad. And it wouldn't have been that bad either. And Sherrone Moore, okay, you cheated. Got to worry about the divorce. It's sad. Pray for the families, the wife, the kids. Awful. Nobody goes to the pen for cheating. But you go to the crib. You get the knife, allegedly. Now you're crazy. Now people are saying you're crazy. You can't coach anyone anymore. No one. Before, look at Bobby Petrino, neck brace and all. Got a second chance. But you just went completely crazy.
I mean, completely crazy.
Completely crazy. Arrested, the mugshot's just out and about. Oh, man.
And this is one you got to keep clicking refresh because, if he was over there trying to put the pressure on old girl not to, say anything, and he's making allegations, which according to some reports, I mean, it's a nightmare.
The money's what pushed them off the ledge because now Michigan hit them for calls.
Yeah,
that's what I know. That's where he lost it. That $12 million that he ain't getting back because the divorce is going to be brutal. The divorce that's going to put a dent in them pockets already. So not only you got the divorce coming up, which who knows? I'm speculating that I shouldn't do that. They could work it out. They could go to couples therapy. They could work it out. So who knows what she's going to do, but I assume that it's going to go very left because he embarrassed the whole family. But going to the crib and like losing it there, like, and what went wrong? Because apparently this summer they checked both of them. They checked old girl, the employee, and they checked Coach Moore. They were like, hey, are y'all doing anything behind the scenes? They said, nah, cool, leave it alone. That's why people have been talking about it. It's been just, quiet chatter in the background. Rich Eisen, Michigan alum, he said right after the Ohio State game, he was hearing about it. Right after they lost, he was like, word on the street, coach got a side snow bunny. Ain't good. She's an employee. He gave her double what she was making earlier. That's not good. And then something happened where they were clearly keeping it hush-hush. And then all of a sudden, she goes to the higher ups and lets them know, hey, we were lying. There is something going on. Here's the receipts proving that there was. So what went wrong there? That's that one life to live soap opera thing that I'm curious about, my messy ass. What went wrong for her to be like, you know what? This ain't right. Did you have a come to Jesus moment? Did he stop doing something that he confirmed he was going to do, that she was expecting? That's our mind's going crazy over that, because for her to just all of a sudden feel just pride and honesty take over, for her to tell
wasn't there a report that she might have been pregnant?
See, that's another report, allegedly.
And if that's the case, then I'm sure he was probably putting pressure on her to abort the pregnancy. And at that point, she's like, man, this has gone way left. I'm bringing in, I got to tell somebody about this.
Yeah.
And then it's, haywire.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because people are saying that it did happen. Like, she took care of it. So is she having one of those moments where she feels guilty now that she did that and she felt forced to, which is sad, and then she had to tell somebody. Like, it's foul. The coaches involved that were like, man, we at Michigan. Sherrone Moore, he young. We're trying to figure things out, but we're at Michigan. Not too many people can say that, man. So many of these college coaches that are in JUCO, NAIA, D2, G5, they'd love to be in Ann Arbor right now. They'd love it. And this fool Moore just threw it in the toilet like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. I can't believe that. Can't believe it. We're set back a little bit. This week in the brother. This week in the brother. And this really week in the brother who are with white women like myself. Because now folks are going to look at me crazy. I don't deserve that, ignorant folks.
What is wrong with you?
That. What you mean was, I didn't do it. Sherrone Moore did it. Don't think me.
Nobody cares about that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Like there ain't ignorant folks out there thinking crazy like that. Come on. Not everybody's like you and I. Not everybody's like that, but I gotta put my brain into what other ignorant folks think.
You got this mugshot?
Yeah, of course. People are saying it's fake. I don't know. Looks pretty real to me.
Yeah, this whole AI thing is making things real sorted.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Half this stuff is like, but
yeah, man. So what's Steve Sarkisian doing? Like, you still practicing? Like,
oh yeah, man. As of a few hours ago, Citrus Bowl had received no word of anything from Michigan saying that the game's in jeopardy or that they need to go find another team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no edge up, no nothing. You see the widow's peak? That's tough, man. He ain't coming back from this. He ain't coming back from this, bro. He's not.
Does that look like he's wearing fatigues?
No, man.
I mean, okay.
And what's crazy, they picked him up at the church. The Popo, they picked him up at the church. So was he trying to right his wrongs right after he left homegirl's house with the knife?
Jesus.
Trying to go OJ? That's not good. That's not good. OJ was the first that messed it up for a lot of brothers. Sherrone Moore, come on, dog. Yeah, he's done.
Go Jay says Sherrone looks broke already. Broke.
I shouldn't be laughing, y'all. That's a dark story.
Yeah, it is. But I'll say this. You thought that Connor Stallions documentary was, this puts that to, oh man, sign me up for the Sherrone Moore 30 for 30.
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready for the biopic. I can already see Michael B. Jordan put at least 40 pounds on Michael B. Jordan. At least 40 pounds. Michael B. Jordan played the hell out of that role. The hell out of that role. Make Sabrina Carpenter, old girl. She could act.
Okay, are you conjuring about this knife, or is that?
No, is
that in a police report?
That's allegedly the reports. That's allegedly the reports. Idris Elba. Idris Elba too old to play Sherrone Moore. He can't play him no more. Maybe like The Wire, Idris Elba, but nah.
Oh man,
this is tough. This is tough. Now, let's start talking about from football standpoint. Who they got on their team? Because we got 105 scholarships. Who do they have on their team that we could poach? You laughing? This is the game. I'm sorry. This is the business.
No, everyone's already like looking for all the Texans on the Michigan roster.
Hell yeah. Ethan Burke, does he have any connections still when he was once committed? Xavier Worthy, when he was once committed, does he know any folks? You know, I know it's been a minute, but come on now. Like, that's the game. Like, they need a place to where they feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? If I'm Sark, look at L'Oreal. Why would I ever do anything to jeopardize that? I just got her back. You ain't got to worry about me. That's my first pitch to them Michigan guys, because you know what I'm saying? God just put it out there like, yo, you see, trust me, I'm good. You ain't got to worry about none of that. It's all football here. It's all business. And, the weather's a lot better. So come on down to the ATX. Not everybody could come, but we want the best ones that fit the system. Yeah, you at Michigan. Like, they got 4-5 stars everywhere. Running backs, yeah. What's that running back room looking like? What's their running back? Who's their running back coach? Actually, who? What's his name? Because did he go with Hardball or anything? Was he there with Corum and when they had old boy that was on the cover of the video game? Because if so, I'd give him a call. He's done a decent job.
Tony Alford.
How long has Tony been there?
Tony's been there. He joined the staff in 24.
Nah. That's too soon. I need the winning national championship running back. I don't need the one that Sherrone Moore picked. Anyone? Nah, that's okay. I'm sure Tony's a good guy, and I feel bad for Tony and the rest of that coaching staff because their lives are in shambles now too. Most likely those coaches aren't going to stick around because whichever coach comes in, they're going to want their coaches. That's the game. So I feel bad for Tony and those rest of the guys too, because again, that's a dream job for a lot of people. Sherrone Moore mucked that up for everybody. So yeah, just their players. Bryce Underwood, we good. He could stay. But
He could stay.
he could stay. We got good.
Let me see what we got here. Tell you who that running backs. Oh, it was I think it was Mike Hart, former player at Michigan, was the running backs coach.
Is he with Harbaugh in LA?
Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, I think Sark. I think Sark will be okay in terms of finding a running backs coach. But yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting day in the portal for Texas. I see CB's asking, is Wardell Mack leaving or staying? I think he might be staying. So some of these exit interviews are happening like as we speak. And, you know, depending on how those exit meetings go, a player may be thinking of leaving before he goes in and then comes out saying, okay.
Yeah, how'd that work? Because I saw multiple reports saying that he was leaving, and then all of a sudden he's staying. Like, what happened there?
I think that might have been exactly what happened. I think he probably was thinking, I'm better off leaving. Then he has his exit interview, and they want him, and make it a good situation for him. And like, I'm hearing kind of the same thing about Kobe Black, that, you know, as long as his exit interview goes well, he'll stay. So, but that exit interview hadn't happened yet. So that's what makes these, you know, these situations a little tenuous. You know, a guy, okay, like Connor Robertson, Austin kid, you know, but he's hearing Steve Sarkisian wants to go into the portal for offensive linemen. Okay, well, I gotta decide right as the portal is opening. You know, what if they bring in 3 dudes? And, you know, am I the starter, or am I coming back to be a backup? So it's tricky. I mean, this portal window, not having the spring portal window to sort of correct any mistakes, or, you know, if there's an injury, spring ball, it's going to make it tricky.
Yeah.
You got to be on point. You got to know exactly what you're looking for, especially Texas. I mean, Texas is going to, you know, I wrote it today in the Insider at Horns 24/7. The plan is to go all in. You know, you got Arch, you got Colin Simmons, you got some nice pieces, but you're going to add pieces. And, you know, you were this close to making the playoff this year. Next year, you got to be in that thing.
Yeah.
So,
which to what we're talking about, like no dominant team in college football, and you don't make the playoff when it's like as open as it's been in a while, it's tough, man. It's going to be tough watching those games. But yeah, you better be all in. You got 105 scholarships now, so I don't think there's an excuse. I really don't.
Yeah, but you still got to navigate the rev share and be creative. And
yeah, for sure.
You know,
for sure. But
that's a lot of teams try to load up before the rev share kicked in last summer. So they tried to get all their guys in and, you know, gave them big fat contracts for a couple of years. You know, Tech promised a bunch of money to Felix Ojo, the high school offensive lineman. And, you know, that's just something that Texas has not done with offensive linemen now. I think you saw it happen with Justice Terry, maybe a little Tyler Atkinson. But man, you gotta be on point with your evaluations. Look at Kurt Signetti, man. This dude he's writing the book on nailing the evaluations. Because Fernando Mendoza had a nice year at Cal last year. Indiana's like, that's our guy. That's the guy taking us to the promised land. That's great evaluation. And their transfer evaluations have been money. They went 11-1 last year. They went 12-0 this year. Curtis Rourke, he gone. In comes Fernando Mendoza, 12-0. And their defense is legit. Indiana's a problem. I hope it is Indiana and Texas Tech, because that'll be a war. Tech's defense is legit. Indiana's defense, it's going to come down to quarterback play. Baron Morton's been good, but he's also working through that leg injury. And then, Mendoza probably going to win the Heisman. And you got veteran Gunnar Stockton. If it's Georgia, Ohio State, you got veteran Gunnar Stockton, who's had to scratch and claw, and you got the 5-star royalty and Julian Sayin, who's surrounded by a bunch of NFL talent. And he's been good. Don't get me wrong. He has been good. He is completing. He might be threatening. Let's see here. Is anyone threatening Colt and Joe Burrow's single season completion? I mean, he's been really good. So this playoff has a chance to get interesting as it goes on. Right now, I'm like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to last year, nobody thought Ohio State would be able to make a run, especially after that loss to Michigan, and their quarterback was Will Howard. I didn't think coming into that season Will Howard was a national championship level quarterback, but he proved me wrong, and he proved a lot of people wrong. So why not any of these guys? Hell, even Marcel Reed. Like Marcel Reed, if he could string 4 games together, why not? Like, he could figure it out in that time between losing to Texas and then playing against Miami, just like Will Howard and Ohio State figured it out. So, yeah, this is – you got to feel good if you're any of these teams besides Tulane and James Madison. And I guess Ole Miss, you can't tell those guys that, but without Lane Kiffin, that's a pretty big mountain to climb if you're the Rebels. So –
how about this? Julian Sayin is completing 78.4% of his passes. That will break the NCAA record if he can maintain that. That's
tough.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And here's guess who's second? Guess who is second in college football in completion percentage? Carson Beck. Carson Beck, 74.7% completion rate. So, and Dante Moore is third, 72.5%. Mendoza is sixth, 71.5%. And Diego Pavia is eighth at 71.2%. And Gunnar Stockton is ninth at 70.7%. That stuff matters in the playoff. Who's accurate? Who's putting the ball right between the numbers? And, Marcel Reed, he's a lot further down. So let's see, where's old Ty Simpson? Ty Simpson was doing good. Baron Morton is 25th. He's completing 67% of his passes. So
I like Tex receivers, Virgil and Aiken. I like those dudes, man.
Yeah. How about that? Julian's saying 78%. All right, let's bring in John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe.
What's going
and
on?
His son, Amon-Ra St. Brown, is coming home.
Coming home, baby.
This weekend after a heroic performance against those Dallas Cowboys in a playoff elimination game. Yeah. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, come on.
We finally got some of that butt down in Texas. The University of Texas beat SC. They beat Notre Dame. Now we're finally getting those boys back in Texas.
That is hilarious. Well, John, I mean, you had to have been so proud. I mean, that was a must-have game. Must-have. Yes. Take us through it. How was the week?
I mean, I was nervous because Thanksgiving he hurt that ankle, and I thought, oh my goodness. He came out of the locker room, came home in a boot. I thought, oh man, he could barely walk. I go, oh man. And I said, well, let's say it's just a regular sprain. Still, that takes 7 to 10 days just to.
No. Uh-oh. All right. Hopefully. John, can you hear us? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Darn it.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to hear that story.
Right?
I want to hear that story.
And stuff. He'll be back.
He'll be back. He'll be back. He's two-time Mr. Universe. I mean, nothing can hold him back.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how Amon-Ra played. I thought he was done like weeks. Especially with the luck y'all have. Y'all have horrible luck.
It's terrible. I'm sick of it.
Why is it so bad?
Yeah. John, you there? You hear me now? If you can hear us, go ahead and try and reconnect. Because we cannot hear you or see you. All right, here we go. Maybe. Oh, we got a swirl. We got a little, there he is. All right. So, John, you were saying if it was a normal ankle sprain, 7 to 10 days.
What is this?
But can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you see us? Can you see us or hear us? We can see you. Oh, no. We can hear you.
Oh, man.
Do not disturb. How do I put my do not disturb?
Take it off. Do not disturb. Can you hear us now? Hey, there he is. John, can you hear us? Can you see us? Can you see us? Can you hear us? Oh, man. I want to hear this story. John, can you hear us? Let me see if I can text him.
Yo, man, this is the most old head shit. Yo, man, this is that. Oh, man, it's like when your parents tell you the Wi-Fi's down and all you do is go reboot that thing. And it's perfectly fine afterwards. Yo, that's funny. That's some old head stuff right there.
Oh, man.
I feel him. We need that, though. We need that.
All right, let's try this again. We got the little swirl right in the middle of the screen.
What's going on here?
There he is. JB, can you hear us? Oh, no.
He's talking to the phone. We can hear him, but there's something going on with the phone.
Okay,
I don't see you.
You hear us, though?
Can you hear us? John, can you hear us?
Let me go in and out of this thing here.
It was like it's just him by himself. We
John,
can't
can you hear us?
help him.
Okay.
God, that's funny.
Oh man.
Sucks. I want to hear him, but
Yeah, I want to hear him. I want to hear what's going on.
Yeah, my pops the other day, he was like, "Yo, Zay, every time I keep answering the phone, it keeps recording." And I looked at him and he showed me, and I was like, "Yeah, because there's a record button that you accidentally keep pressing." He was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Yo, it's just old head stuff, man. You get a certain age, technology, you came up on A-track players and stuff. Like it's a lot. It's a lot. I get it.
A lot.
I get it. So
yeah.
Well,
Well,
back it's worked plenty of times.
that's right. Yeah. Hopefully, we'll get John back. In the meantime, hey, for my guys who are snoring, make sure that you take advantage of this incredible partnership that we have right now with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. Our man, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. That's when you're snoring like a chainsaw, that's what's going on. You're suffering from a lack of oxygen. That's scary. People die from that. So you don't ever want to put yourself in that position. So here's what you do. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com. You tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study is going to tell you what level of sleep apnea, if you have it. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, including oral appliances. Like I have a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open when I sleep so that I get that deep sleep. I'm not gasping for air. This Christmas season, give the gift of not snoring to the person sleeping next to you. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. All right, there he is, John Brown.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Next time I'll have my laptop because this phone, as someone calls me, it messes everything up.
Okay. Well, when we left off, oh no. JB, can you hear me? Are you in the valley? JB, can you hear us? We can hear you. Man. This is like comedy. This is like a Saturday Night Live skit. We are.
I don't know what's going on here.
Can you hear us now?
I guess we got to be patient for a minute.
Are you in the valley? They got you in that no cell zone.
I can't hear you, man.
You in that dead spot?
Can
you hear me now? Oh, for the love of God. We just want to hear the stories, man. We got Rams Lions this week. Kidding me? Wow.
What's going on in the background?
What is happening
now?
It might be at one of his properties. All right. Next time, I will check and make sure that he's at home in front of his laptop. That's a bummer.
Yo, man, I needed a good laugh today. That didn't work out, but I needed a good laugh. That gave me that at least.
Heavens.
Heavens.
That's it. I mean, he is. There he is.
Is it?
JB, can you see us? Can you hear us?
Look how you moving.
Oh my God. This is like a riddle. Can you hear us? Can you see us? Nope. Okay. All right.
He looks like he's
Phone's
rolling.
all
Can you hear us
jacked
now?
up. I
Can you
can't
see
even
us
turn it
now?
on or off.
Can you
Oh
see
my
it?
goodness.
Okay.
What is this?
Oh my gosh.
Yo, you see the camera turn upside down, man? Yo, man. Yo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I pride myself on being professional. I do. I really do. I swear I do, y'all. I might cut up. I swear I do, but a man only has his limits.
Yeah. That's a bummer.
It's tough.
That's a bummer.
It's tough.
But at least we're providing some unintentional comedy.
Whoa.
See my man Jack, he's laughing so hard he can't breathe.
Oh, man.
So
why was the phone upside down?
Right? I haven't laughed this hard in years. Zay Capalot is just nonstop laughing emojis. Jose says he needs to take his phone off airplane mode. Oh, yoy. Okay.
Like, do not disturb. Isn't that the way? Like, just put on do not disturb. You don't get any calls, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'm no techno genius.
Yeah, I'm no Steve Jobs either, but you know, man. That's yeah. Is he an Android guy? Like when you text him, is it green or is it blue?
Let me tell you.
Yeah, because if he got the droid, oh man, you know, he's on that side. Like I don't got nothing to do with that.
He got an iPhone.
He got an iPhone. Okay, so this shouldn't be that.
Yeah, there's hope.
This shouldn't be that crazy. You
There's
know.
hope.
I remember we used to have technical difficulties here once upon a time. We got that resolved. We figured it out. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have to be the Christmas gift. We might have to give him a new phone. And when I say we, I mean the Brown family. They might have to give John a new phone, you know. Top of the line, the best of the best. They could afford it.
Right.
They afford it. You know,
yeah.
Use that Pro Bowl check on them. Use that Pro Bowl check. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Yeah, it's like he got that iPhone 1.
Okay, here we go. We're trying one more time.
You say that.
There's the swirl. That's not JB.
Oh, new location.
New location.
Man, I have 3 bars. I should be okay.
Okay.
I'm just not gonna. So back to the question. So that was Thursday night. He was in a boot, barely walking on the crutches on the scooter. Friday, same situation. Saturday, he was out of the boot, but limping. I can tell he wasn't right, you know. So long story short, I don't know if he was even 80% in that game. But he has that mentality where, you know what, big game, Thursday night football, everybody's watching. I'm limping, and I'm a limp on this field. I'm playing. If I got to just barely get out there, I'm doing what I can do. He's just like that.
And then he's making all the big plays.
Yeah, he told me, he just looked at me. I said, "You gonna be all right?" He just said, "Buckle up." That's all he said.
Buckle up.
Buckle up.
That's what I'm talking about.
I hope they activate the crap. Out of all the big players this weekend. We need Gibbs, Montgomery, Amon, Jameson. We need them all.
Yeah.
Or how's that looking? I mean,
it looks good. Everybody else, it looks good. I mean, it's just a question of pinning your ears back and going for it. That's it. That's what it's all about. Unfortunately, Brian Branch got hurt. That breaks my heart. I hate to see any players get injured. You know,
is that an Achilles?
They say Achilles. That's what I hear. I don't know.
I mean,
I was thinking about sports, and this is a message to all the coaches out there. I may know what I'm talking about. At least you should look into what I'm going to say. Let me give an example for you. I'm concerned about how there's so many injuries in football. As a bodybuilder, if I'm getting ready for a contest, I would write down how much protein I'm taking per day, calories I'm intaking. I would write down how much cardio I'm doing, what type of program, weightlifting program. I knew every metric. I knew every one of them. I wrote them down. And at the end of that 3 months, if I went on stage and my body fat was at 6% and I needed to be at 3 in order to win, and let's say I did that again for another contest, same exact food, same intake, same training, 6% again, same outcome, I lose. At some point, I got to stop and say, okay, if I continue to do the same thing, because these numbers don't lie, I'll end up losing. In order to win, I have to make an adjustment. I have to change something. Okay, so let's relate this to football now. I want to know if someone out there who there's a lot of guys like statistics, look at it. I think most teams are practicing weightlifting, meetings. If it's, 8 hours at the facility, 12 hours, they're doing the same thing for years and years. I would look at what percent of guys 3/3 into the season are injured on each team. I want to know those numbers, at least on my team. I want to know those numbers. Is it 4%, 5%? And if it's consistent every year, there's something you guys are doing wrong. If it's consistent. I don't know if it's consistent, but if it is,
feels consistent.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie. So if you look at the numbers, somebody got to do the math and look at the numbers for the last 5 years. How many guys were injured? Because the teams are probably doing the same workouts and the same meetings. If they have meetings for 20 minutes, for 30 minutes, that stuff probably doesn't change. Here's what I suspect. There's no such thing as over training, but you can undersleep and undereat, which will make your training overtraining. For an example, some guys let's look at bodybuilding again. Some guys train 5 hours a day. If you train 5 hours a day, but you eat, let's say, I don't know if that's a good example. Let's say you train 5 hours, but your intake, your food intake, and you're sleeping 5 hours, you're eating 2,000 calories a day or 1,500 a day, it's going to work against you at some point. So your training, if your training is the size of a quarter, your sleep must be size of a quarter, and your intake, your protein, and all the calories and so forth must be the size of a quarter. It cannot be an imbalance. If there's an imbalance, you're going to start having problems. If you're dehydrated, it'll affect 30% of your performance. 30%. That's a lot. And if you're dehydrated, that means things are dried out. There's no lubrication in the body. It helps with injuries. So somebody needs to look at this here. My suspect is if I think they're staying at the facility for 12 hours. If I'm there for 12 hours, my team, I'm going to look at it and go, okay, you know what? I would have like a sleep area where you have bunk beds like they do in the barracks to make guys sleep and let them shut it down. I would have them wear sleep bands. They got these sleep bands you can put on your wrist, and they can tell the coach how much sleep you got that night, how deep of a sleep did you get, and it can tell you a lot of things. Stanford was doing that when Osiris was there. And Stanford had a program where if you was an athlete, you were not allowed to start, if I'm not mistaken, your first class can't be before 10 o'clock a.m. because they valued sleep. And if you didn't get a good REM sleep from the indication on that watch, if it indicated you did not get a good REM sleep, it wouldn't let you practice. So somebody needs to look into that because there's something wrong here. It's not normal that all the guys get this injured this much. They go, oh, it's guaranteed. Yeah, it's guaranteed. But if it's consistent, If you see, man, every year we got 10% of our starters, 4% or whatever, the number is always the same, then that means there's something wrong you're doing. There it is right there. And if I'm wrong, the numbers will fluctuate. But it doesn't seem like they fluctuate much.
And I mean, this is do or die time now. You're going out to LA, you're taking on the Rams. Rams they're one of the best teams in the NFC.
Yeah.
I mean, Jared Goff's going back to his old place. Ammon's coming home. I mean, this should be a great game.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Does it seem to you most teams have almost the same amount of injuries every year? Seems like it, right?
Well, it seems like the Lions have had a disproportionate number of injuries, especially on the defense.
So if it's consistent, if the numbers are consistent, that tells me there's something they're doing wrong. If the numbers are all over the place, and that's different, then one guy could be stronger than another guy, or just predestined to have a ligament go out on him or something like that because of genetics. But I can tell you for a certainty, if the numbers are consistent, then there's something they're doing wrong. They need to look in their program.
Well, John, it's been known around the NFL that Dan Campbell's practices are harder than other teams in the NFL.
And guess what? That's okay. That's okay if they're sleeping and eating right. You right? So let's say you work out with me. Let's say you have a workout that you do every day, and it's not that much, but let's say you walk 10 miles a day just because you want to stay in shape and you work out a little bit. If you were a refugee who had no food, no nourishment, no nutrition, and you did that little workout, you would probably pass out or die. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not your workout is so bad, it's your intake and your sleep. You don't have enough power, not enough protein, not enough calories inside your system. So it's okay for Dan Campbell to train him hard, but you got to make sure it's not out of balance in relationship to their eating and sleeping and drinking.
Yeah.
Like right now, they're coming to California. If that was me, I'm looking at every guy every day. I make them take electrolyte every day. Not some days. I'm talking about like the training table. Someone stand there at guard, drink all that, and I watch them drink it. Each person. Yeah, because you have to make sure they're doing it because you don't want to, because you get on the airplane, it dehydrates you.
Yeah.
So as soon as you get off the airplane, you're at a disadvantage. You may cramp. You may get a little more exhausted than normal. But if you take electrolytes, you won't. And when you take electrolytes, you need 4 days at least to electrolyte load. You got to load. You just can't take electrolytes and think, okay, I took some this morning. No, you got 4 days. You have to load your body. They got to know this stuff.
Yeah. Were you there in Detroit for that Cowboys game?
Yes.
Okay, so how was Amon after the game, after those 6 catches for?
Oh, he was all excited. He don't say much. He's the kind of guy just go to work. You never get in the car, go home. We go hang out. Go to.
No. He's still. JB, can you hear us? Oh, mamacita. Oh, man.
I'm trying to hold it, y'all.
I don't think we electrolyte loaded enough in John's phone.
I've been trying.
I hear him cutting in and out.
Yeah, hold on. This thing is just.
Oh.
It's working here. Hold on. Give it a second.
The hamsters are running. The hamsters are getting slow on the wheel. Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see.
Yo, who sings that? Who is that?
Player.
That's it. Is that a group? I feel like that's a group.
Yeah. That's the name of the group.
Were they one-hit wonders? They sound like one-hit wonders.
They had a couple of hits.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think that's
That's a jam. That's a bop, though.
oh yeah.
That's a jam. That's one of those.
Yeah, by Player.
Man.
Baby, come back. Yeah, that's part of my 70s Time Life collection, you know?
Yeah, that's a good groove, man.
Yeah.
That was a good time.
Good groove.
That's where my parents met, so that's a good time.
Yeah, man. All right.
Got him up here like he about to come back on.
Well, we were kind of hearing him for a second, and then we lost him. All right. We lost you. I'm just gonna tell him. All right. Yeah. Speaking of nutrition, speaking of taking care of your body, how about Humann with 2 N's? The thing I love about Humann is that this is scientific backed research that has led to the formulas that Humann uses, Humann with 2 N's, to improve your health. And you know about the super beats. Oh, wait, here we go. There he is. There's John Brown. Never a doubt. Uh-oh. John, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear me now? Oh, no. Ugh. Man, this is so frustrating. We can see you clear as day. And you cannot hear us.
I wonder what he's seeing.
I know.
Like what? Because he clearly can't see us.
I know.
It's just,
So
looks
so
like
high.
he made his privacy too.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Let's take him back out.
All right. Ay. Yeah, so Humann. Love it. Super Beats, heart health. Look, these Super Beats gonna help you maintain good blood pressure 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise. So make sure that you're all about these Super Beats heart chews because they taste great. The Beats formula that Humann uses, the cardiologist, it's the #1 recommendation from cardiologists. But here's where the magic happens. When you're taking the Humann Cholesterol Health Daily, and you're taking the Humann Metabolic Health Daily, and there will be a quiz, and you're taking the Humann Cardiovascular Health Daily. This is the magic formula. You take all 3 each day, and you're supporting cardiovascular health. You're supporting good, healthy blood sugar and healthy cholesterol levels. And don't forget about the turmeric chews, which help with anti-inflammation. Because if you're out there competing, inflammation is what causes us pain, and those turmeric chews are going to help you regulate that inflammation. So go to humanwith2ns.com and load up. Well, use the promo code TSU to get 20% off your first order and load up because there's a 90-day money-back guarantee. Just go to humanwith2ns.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU, and you'll be glad you did. And hey, cover three. We once took John Brown to cover 3 when he came into town. He loved it. I mean, look, cover 3's got it. They got it all. They got you can watch Thursday Night Football and enjoy high-end food without the high-end prices. Great service. You got happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30. The happy hour menu, social hour menu, I should say, includes the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs, the giant chicken slider. You're gonna love it. I mean, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the Chop House burger, the food is fantastic at Cover 3. So check it out. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. And of course, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one call to make, and that's to our man, Tom McKay, in audiovisual consultations. Tom, an incredible supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We love him for that, but we love him because he's going to bring you the best price on big screens. And you don't have to do anything other than call 255-8678. 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't need to be out there fighting the shoppers and lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring that big screen to you. He can also help you with surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Of course, he's going to hit you with the surround sound. So simple. 255-8678. All right. Zay, that was, I felt like we got half an interview there.
Yeah.
But, we'll get it. We'll get it next time. We'll get him in front of his laptop. John Brown, father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equinemius St. Brown, Osiris St. Brown, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And this is a huge game coming up. Lions at the Rams. Rams are favored. Lions are beat up. He's back. I love the JB, can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, so we got 5 minutes before this thing got crazy again.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, so
next time I'll stay on my laptop.
Okay, what's your gut instinct about this game Sunday?
I hate to say it. We got to score 40 or more to win.
Damn.
We got to put up 40. And
wow.
I think we have I may sound biased, but I think we have the most dynamic offense in the league. I don't know another team who has 2
we thought we had 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is
what was that?
This is. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
This is like. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so you were saying the Lions need to score 40.
At least.
No. Okay. All right.
They can do it too.
Okay. Okay.
They can do it. We have the team to do it. So it's going to be a good game.
Okay. Now, everybody needs to get to caneprotein.com and load up on the protein.
You want to gain weight.
Yeah.
For adults and kids.
Great.
Preteens, you can take the blue. If you're a preteen, they can take the blue bag. But you gotta feed your kids right, man. You gotta feed them right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So,
and it's a good.
Yeah.
Great.
So what do you think about? What's your prediction on the game?
Oh man, I guess I agree with you. I mean, I would take the over. If there's no Brian Branch, I don't know who's playing in the secondary.
I'm not
they
sure.
played.
I have no clue.
They played with a bunch of backups, and they played well against Tampa, and they beat Tampa.
Didn't they? They played really good.
So it's possible.
It's possible. The Rams are a good team, so it's gonna be a dogfight.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a dogfight.
Man, that'd be a huge win. A huge win.
Man, they just gotta. Every player has to be activated. All the offensive players, the playmakers. All of that. We have those 2 running backs we have. Who has a duel like that? Nobody. Who has
nobody?
And we looked at 2 receivers. We got Amon and J-Mo. Those are 2 dynamic guys.
Yep. And Tesla is playing well.
He's getting better. Yeah.
He's getting better. Yeah. And Jared Goff, he's got a great completion percentage.
And I think he's gonna feel good at SoFi.
Yeah.
But when we were the coin toss, I don't know, man. I like the ball. I know what they do in football is better to build. No, take the ball and make them play from behind.
I like it.
Because when they play from behind, it put pressure on the team.
Yeah.
It's always good. I like the guy. We score first. Let's score first.
And
put pressure on those guys.
In a tough game on the road, it's okay to kick some field goals.
Yeah, like he did. Well, he did a good job at that last week.
Yeah, he did.
And I don't mind him going on fourth down. I don't mind him going for it. But sometimes you got to, take the points.
Yeah.
I mean, he's learning. He's learning. He's a smart guy. He's learning. Yeah.
Hey, JB, do you feel like a sense of pressure kind of being on the outside looking in for the playoff picture, or just more of a sense of urgency from the Lions right now?
Both.
Yeah.
Because they can't. There ain't no room. You can't no wiggle room. You can't screw up right now. You made this bed, you just line it, and I got a feeling they may play better from behind than having that lead.
Okay.
Last year, first they were the first seed, and then they lost that first game. It's better to be an underdog, where you just pin your ears back and fight.
How are the Bears doing so well? I know they got that
Bears are killing it, huh?
Last place schedule, but good heavens, they're beating good teams now.
They're beating good teams. You got to be careful, man. I always tell people, every NFL team I saw can beat you. I don't care. All those guys are getting paid. They're all big, fast, and good.
Yeah.
So any given Sunday, you can lose.
Yeah. This one is going to be a thriller. Should be one of the best games of the week.
Oh man. Oh my goodness.
Where are you going to be sitting?
That's a good question. I'm waiting on to get a phone call. I'm trying to figure out a way I can get in somebody's suite.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in no nosebleed seats.
Right. Yeah, we got to get you in a suite.
I got some offers to be in a couple of suites. I got to decide which one I want to do.
Oh, there we go.
You're stunting on them. Got offers.
Come on, man.
I got decisions. Who want to sit with me?
We ain't playing around. It's California. Shoot.
You played golf yesterday?
We're in Los Angeles.
Hell yeah.
Did you play golf yesterday?
You know it. Didn't play real good because I hadn't played. I was in Detroit for 2 weeks. Hadn't played in 2 weeks, so I played okay, but not. I missed some putts. I'm really disappointed. Okay. And they were like 2 foot putts. I'm like, what?
What?
I never missed those. I missed like 5 of them.
Yeah. Where do you play?
All over Southern Cal.
Yeah.
I got a group of guys. We play with like 15 guys. Some of them are ex-football players. And they set the times up, so wherever they say go, I go.
Nice.
Because I'm not going to be setting no times up. That's too much. Sometimes they want you to call them. You got to go online and book a tee time. I'm not going online and book a tee time. That's too much.
I love it. All right. Well, everybody get over to caneprotein.com.
C-A-N-E, not K. C-A-N-E.
That's right. C-A-N-E protein.com.
I mean, look, if your child is a little scrawny, a little skinny, needs some weight, if he had 10 more pounds, he'll probably get more scholarships. You need to get on Cane Protein in order and take it. You can gain that weight within a month, sometimes 2 weeks. It's easy.
Yeah. I want to come to your house.
No.
I want to come to your house. I want to come to your house for Thanksgiving one time.
Shoot. If he's on the Detroit Lions, we're always in
Detroit.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
They play every year.
That works too.
That works too. Come there.
I'll fly to Detroit.
All right, dog.
JB, you're the best.
Let me get up before this phone shuts off again.
Yeah.
All right.
Program this here.
All right. Be blessed.
All right.
All right. There he goes. John Brown, 2-time Mr. Universe. and father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equanimous, Osiris, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. If you're wondering why we're talking to John Brown, this is a friendship that I struck up with John when Equanimous was playing for Notre Dame, and Notre Dame came to Austin to play Texas in 2016. And Equanimous caught 2 touchdowns in that crazy overtime game where the 18-wheeler package won the game in double overtime. Shane Buechele. That was a crazy game. Notre Dame ended up helping to get it into overtime by blocking a field goal and returning it for 2 points. You remember this game, Zay?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrone Swoops. And so we formed this friendship then, and then Amon-Ra came to DKR in 18. And that's the game where he said he had the hardest hit he's ever taken from BJ Foster. Amon-Ra's mouth guard flew like 5 yards on that hit. And so, that time John came into town, we took him out, and it was, it was great. And then we just kept the friendship going, kept him coming on the radio because he's got such unique views of everything. And then Amon-Ra turns into a all-pro. So Gringo's asking, why don't we have Stretch on anymore? Stretch has a show from 2 to 4.
Yeah.
That he's on. So yeah, we totally have Stretch on. But he is also on the air from 2 to 4. Yeah. All right. Let's get to the chip shot.
Whew.
Woo!
Man, that was funny.
That was a whole lot of unintentional comedy right there. Yeah, so I'll just kind of hit a couple things. So the Texas football team still going through their exit interviews. So you're going to, see these decisions about staying or going. Guys will post on their social media, whatever, as these meetings occur. So that's what we're watching right now. I can just tell you that Texas is trying to make a priority in keeping, Trevor Gooseby, Jelani McDonald, Quintravian Wisner. And I'm hearing Wisner might be leaning toward coming back. I think he was seriously considering going pro. Now, I'm not trying to throw Chad Scott under the bus at all, because I think he is a quality running backs coach who has had success, a lot of success in his career, but his style is very different from Tashard Choice. And Tashard Choice is he's like all these guys, he's almost like a big brother to them.
Big brother, like great uncle that took over when mom passed, something like that. It's deep.
It's deep. It's deep. And it starts with the recruiting process. I mean, he gets to know you. When he calls you, he's half the time he's not even talking about football. He's talking about, hey, how's your girl, or what? I know you've got a sick aunt or whatever. How's that going? I'm like, the guy relates on a deeply personal level. And that's just not the case all the time. And then, oh, by the way, he coaches you up on all the stuff you need to make it in the NFL, and he holds you accountable. and he gets after you, but then he shows he loves you so much that you don't want to let him down. It's the perfect formula, and the guys get better. And he's a great evaluator and developer. He's the one who recruited Jahmyr Gibbs to Georgia Tech before Gibbs transferred to Alabama. And now he's coaching Gibbs again, and Gibbs having his best year in the NFL. And Tashard is the running backs coach for the Lions. So it's you bring in anyone other than that, and it's different. And I think there was not the kind of response, relationship going on in the running backs room that Sarkisian wanted. And it's going to be tough because he's really trying to replace Tashard Choice for a second straight year. And, I've said this before. I think Jarek Gibson felt, disconnected without Tashard Choice in the room. And, I wonder what Jarek Gibson's thinking now, now that there's going to be a coaching change. But that's going to be significant. And, we talked about Chris Jackson, the receivers coach. His contract expires in like 8 weeks.
Damn.
And you're sitting there going, okay, what's going on there? Why did it get to this point? Is there something else going on? So, and then you got Kyle Flood, who, has some explaining to do about this offensive line and what happened to it this year. Because that's a lot. Like if Steve Sarkisian was to change out his offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, Kyle Flood, his receivers coach, and his running backs coach, that's a lot in one off season. He kind of went through that on the defensive side a year ago, having to replace his safeties coach, his secondary coach, and then, bring in Alan Clark and Kenoto Hudson, even though those, Hudson had been in the program. Alan Clark came in from Ohio State. And, Sark prides himself on the continuity of his program, the coaching staff, same coordinators for 5 years. So, you're watching that, and then the portal's going to open on January 2nd. And I think Texas is going to they're going to go all in. I think they're going to go after 2-3 offensive linemen, a big play receiver, at least one running back, on the defensive line, a defensive tackle, at least one linebacker, at least one safety, at least one corner, at least one, a kicker, a punter. And if there's another Matthew Caldwell clone out there, Sark might be bringing in a veteran senior quarterback just to have some playing experience behind Arch Manning. Because, your quarterback room now is KJ Lacey and Diabell coming in off of an injury. So it's there's a lot going on. It's an exciting time. And as of 3:45 Central Time on Thursday, Michigan is still planning to play in the Citrus Bowl.
Yeah, they need to play, man. Come on.
I mean,
that game, we all get better.
I get the feeling if we get any more sordid details coming out of Sherrone Moore's situation, their players are going to have a lot to block out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a story you're hitting refresh on. Okay, what's the latest on Sherrone Moore in the Snow Bunny,
The Snow Bunny. Good grief, Sherrone Moore.
I mean, this is a Zay made story if I've ever Scene one. My
I
man
ain't asked for it.
TMZ.
I ain't asked for this.
I know, but
Bro, Moore, come on, man. Set the brother back 2 or 3 years. Mel Tucker messed it up. Now Sherrone Moore.
Mel Tucker. Oh, geez.
Mel Tucker was really wilding. Like that's, well, I mean.
Like you lost a $90 million contract for pleasuring yourself on the phone.
Phone sex?
Phone sex?
Like you're sexually abusing someone who's fighting for sexual abuse.
Right.
Like what?
What are we doing?
How does that connect? Like that's the last person that wants that. Wow. These brothers lost their mind.
What is it about brothers in Michigan losing their mind?
Yo, that's what I'm saying. What's going on in the water up there from your home state?
Damn.
Is that just, and now they want to say, oh, Sherrone Moore's had mental health issues and got to be.
Is that what they're saying now?
Yeah, that's what they're saying now. Like Michigan knew, they just fired the athletic director and he knew Sherrone Moore had mental health issues. Which, okay, you know, don't want to. Mental health's a serious thing, but come on, Sherrone Moore. Come on, dog.
All right. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. Covert BK, they are the best in the business when it comes to searching for a car. And if you don't want to take my word for how great Covert BK is, listen to these beautiful people of Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So have you seen the Austin road rage incident where the dude's on 360 going towards Mopac? Like, you know, where it gets all clogged up right there. You're like on 360 right before, you know, you hit Mopac. It's always traffic right there that slows up because people are trying to get on Mopac, and it's just always traffic there.
Right there, like south,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, south. Capitol Texas Highway.
Yep.
So someone was in an incident where they got pissed off. I don't know what happened. Somebody cut someone off. Who knows what happened before the cameras came on, like 5 minutes before or 10 minutes before, how long it was going on. But it got so bad where a man got out the car, went behind him to the car that was behind him, and smashed the front door and smashed the windows, and then got in his car and illegally went around the people who were doing the U-turn, and they got all on film. I didn't have to load it up because it's already here. Somebody was talking about it earlier, but yeah, you got to check this stuff out. So he cuts him off. Bam. Doesn't hit him. Hey, what are you doing? Boom. Just right there. Like, I've been on this street thousands of times. This has gone viral. Like, not just Austin, everywhere. And look at this fool. Like, he's seriously trying to get away. They're looking for my man now. He's a wanted man. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. So, yeah, APD released his name yesterday. I don't know who he is. He might be a fan of the show. He might be listening on the run still, you know, but he gonna get caught. Sorry, dog. You gonna get caught. They got you. You didn't have no mask, no nothing. Just saw the license plate and everything. All right. This is a very interesting story. So Joe Burrow, history of injuries since he's gotten into the league. The times that Joe Burrow is healthy, he puts up numbers, got his team to a Super Bowl, but there haven't been many seasons where he could go a full 17, even 10, because he gets some crazy injury that keeps him out for a long time. His press conference yesterday, they asked him some questions just about how he's feeling and stuff, and the dude wasn't very positive. So much so now people are thinking he might pull an Andrew Luck and just retire out the blue because he can't take it anymore. He can't take getting hit, which if you look at him coming into the league and the time he got into the league compared to other big-time quarterbacks, he's been hit more than anyone by a long shot. And the number of games that he's been hit, it's a pretty stunning number. So you could feel his pain, but also it's just interesting to see somebody's attitude look just very somber. Check it out.
Change the way that you view the game.
No, it certainly doesn't change my desire to win. If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So that's the mindset I'm trying to bring to the table.
How much fun are you having right now? Is it difficult to have fun given the season, what you've been through physically, emotionally, all of it? Is it tough?
Yes, certainly.
Did you have fun playing? How much of it was fun before? Winning's always fun, but in general, was it as fun before you got hurt? Did you view it that way, Liz?
No, I wouldn't say I viewed it that way. I think.
What was the changing point?
Changing point. I'm not sure there was a singular moment or of time. It's just a reflection on a lot of things that I've done and been through in my career. I think I've been through more than most, and certainly not easy on the brain or the body. So just trying to have fun doing it again.
You seem like there's something on your mind. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it seemed frustrated.
There's just a lot of things going on right now.
Football related, personally?
All the above.
What did you?
Yeah.
That's sad, man.
Yeah.
You never know what someone's going through. Like, I hope he's good. I remember watching the quarterback Peyton Manning series on Netflix, and they broke into his crib last year when he was on the road for just a normal game, normal Sunday night, broke into his house. Who knows what they took, but I'm sure there's a certain level of feeling violated, being that high profile type of guy, a celebrity, and somebody just having that access to you, and you're not winning. You're constantly hurt. It's tough. That was a tough watch. I feel for dude, because I remember when he was on top of the mountain, LSU, Heisman, #1 pick. When he got to the Super Bowl, everybody was like, yo, this Joe Burrow guy, he has a chance to be Elway-like, Montana-like, Aikman-like. He has a chance to be one of the greats. And when healthy, he is. But that's a huge win because you don't see it very often. Like that turf toe he had all year long. And then his best year last year, statistically, they don't make the playoffs.
Right.
They don't.
He threw for almost 5,000 yards last year. 43 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He completed 70% of his passes. It was crazy. And he's only completed 3 of his 6 seasons, and he completed, the full season in years 2 and 3, and then last year. The other seasons were cut short by injury, and of course in 2022 he goes to the Super Bowl, and was this close to winning it. Took Aaron Donald, dragging him down late in the game, pointing to his finger for that ring. And Burrow's he's a warrior, man.
Yeah.
He's a warrior. You wonder, okay, would it matter if he was on a different team? Because it's not like the Bengals have had solid offensive lines. I mean, remember they went to the Super Bowl with Trey Hopkins at center, and then they changed out that entire offensive line the next year.
Yeah.
And
they've whiffed on offensive line.
Yeah.
And they paid Jamar Chase and T. Higgins crazy money. So it's hard to pay everybody else. And it affects the quarterback because the dude's taking some shots, man. And he's not the biggest guy. He's not like he has a Roethlisberger body where he can just take hits and play 15 years because he's just that physical. Like those hits, they're going to wear on him. And
they list him at 6'4", 215, but I don't think so.
He about 203, 205. Yeah. Okay, so there's a narrative going on around the league now that the Oklahoma City Thunder are too good for the NBA. Like they're starting to make the game boring because they're so good, and they're just boat racing everybody, and they have just dynasty written all over them because they're young, they're hungry, and people are having a hard time with that. And it's weird shit because those same people are the ones that love Michael Jordan and that love Kobe Bryant. Like those MFers weren't doing the same thing. That's what the NBA is. That's what the NBA has always been. Dynasties, teams taking over for a long period of time. To be honest, these last 6-7 years, it's been a lot different. There's been different teams. Like the Warriors, you could throw them in the last dynasty, but after the Warriors, yeah, they got 2, but I ain't gonna rain on your parade, Michigan guy. But just I have a hard time saying or understanding.
I mean, our attention span is ridiculous. It's like we have the attention span of a fruit fly. It's like OKC was a great story, won the championship. They've only won 1. Right. It's not like the Patriots in football winning it, every damn year there for a while.
That's what I'm saying.
There shouldn't be under fatigue at this point.
And weirdly there is, which again, I don't get it. And they play a fun brand of basketball. People just don't like SGA because he's Canadian. If SGA was from Brooklyn, we would love him. We would love him. If he was from Harlem, we would love him. But the fact that he's from Ontario somewhere.
Well, is that the same way then with like Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, that's exactly why people are off with him and don't want to make him the face of the league. Like Luka, Giannis should have been the face of the league, but he's from Greece. He's Greek. Can't do it.
People love Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk. But Dirk was, he married a sister. Dirk became one of us. Dirk, come on. Dirk was coming into the game with the to-go plate with the foil. Dirk was so relatable. Yeah, that's a good point, Jim.
Wasn't that the girl who was gold digging him?
I think he got another sister after that. Yeah, I think he's married. Yeah, Dirk.
Because he had that one girl that all of his boys were like, hey, you need to get rid of this girl. She is going to take you for everything you've got.
Yeah, and he made the right decision. Then he got another sister, and he cool.
All right.
Let's bring it to open gym, guys. Patrick, Matt, sup, fellas?
So Dirk's invited to the barbecue?
Oh, he always has been, Matt.
Yeah.
He always.
Dirk.
Hey, there's no raisins in that potato salad. That's for sure.
Now he's bringing sauerkraut. We all know that. But I'll say this: Oklahoma City is like what the Spurs were. They're not cool. They're just not cool, and people don't want to be around a not cool team. Chet Holmgren is the honkiest wannabe black man in the history of mankind. He's like Mark Madsen 2.0, this honky, and he's walking up with his accent and do-rag. Like, and Shea does it. He just is one of the best players in the NBA and does it with zero emotion. It's like when Kawhi Leonard was on the Spurs, everyone's like, we don't want to, like, we get it, we respect you, but can't we have somebody that's enjoyable? Like, you guys are just not enjoyable. And then you're in Oklahoma City, like a city. At least if it was in LA, we could be like, well, maybe LA is the lights and the glamour. You're like, it's Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I get why it's annoying. And also they're 24-1.
Yeah.
Again, it's crazy. SGA hasn't played in the fourth quarter in like 2 months. It's nuts what this team is doing. And I'm not thrilled that the Spurs get to play him in the first round of the NBA Cup Finals.
He doesn't have a shoe either, does he? Like Jordan had a shoe, Kobe had a shoe, LeBron and KD have shoes.
But it's with Converse, though. That's why you don't.
There you go.
Like,
I'm saying not cool. Not cool about them. Like, they're really good. And so I think it's like the Spurs when it was, and you were like, the Spurs win their first title and they're playing video games on the flight back before video games or like on computers playing games. And everyone's like, nerds.
Yeah.
That's OKC right now. They're really good. They're going to be around for a while. They're going to hit salary cap stuff here in the next probably 2 to 3 years where you're going to start losing some of those players because cap stuff is going to be cap stuff. You're going to get one of them's going to get hurt for a while. Just is what it is when you have basketball. But as of right now, they're the closest team that you think that could three-peat in a while.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I like watching. That's a good point, Patrick. But appreciate you guys. So we out of here.
See you, Zach.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. I agree, Joe. Shea's he's a low-key dude. Like, what was the craziest part of the game last night was Grayson Allen, once again being Grayson Allen and taking a cheap shot on Chet Holmgren. And then just SGA's face. When he saw him take a cheap shot, he was like, wow. But he didn't fight him. He didn't like get mad about it. He was just like, oh, wow, that guy's mad. Oh, geez. You're like, come on, man. I want to see some emotion. So I get it. Like, they're really good. They're really good.
So here's the thing. Here's my theory. Like, SGA is very boring. He's a foul merchant. All those different things.
And the thing is, he is, but he's not as bad. Like, he's just what everybody else is now. So that's not even the worst.
But like LeBron and KD and Kobe and MJ, like they weren't really really foul merchants. I mean, LeBron kind of is now, but back in the day, I don't feel like he really used to be. But they also used like a lot of emotion. They played a much more exciting brand of basketball.
Yeah.
And that's why people liked them more. It's SGA is just like, he's like a janitor. He just goes in there, does the work, goes home, and doesn't care. You know, he doesn't make that many exciting plays. He just does everything right.
He just does.
He's really good.
He's really, really good. He's going to win MVP again this year because they could have the best record in NBA history at all. Like, it could happen because they have one loss right now. Yeah, that is they're really, really good. But they're not fun and they're not cool. The style of play of basketball is fun, but that was kind of the thing with the Spurs. Again, that when you saw Tony and Manu playing, like that was fun basketball, but everyone was like boring, worst, and you go, no, it's actually fun.
It was a French guy and it was an Argentinian. Is he Argentinian or some
Argentinian.
South America? Is it Argentinian?
Yes.
It's like, and that's not like it wasn't a guy that they watched come up either. Like LeBron and KD and Kobe, like everybody kind of watched them come up. Those guys just like showed up and were great.
Yeah. And that's another point too, is like, yeah, you when you're not made to be the next big guy, but I think it's like there's a thing of you either want to root or hate the best team, right? You want to go either I'm all in, I'm, Tom Brady and the Patriots, I'm going to be a Patriots fan, or I'm going to be a Bulls fan, or you want to go screw those guys, they're cheating somehow, like the Dodgers right now. We can all be like, they're spending too much money, or you love the Dodgers. But you can be on either side, but there's a fight to it. There's no fight against what the Thunder did. Like, there is no other side to the argument. They just drafted well, made good trades, developed their players. Like, they didn't do anything wrong. So it's harder to go into them and be like, screw them, which makes them even harder to like, because now they don't even have haters. They just have people that are like, I don't want to watch it. Just go away.
Yeah. And like Luka is super marketable, right? There's nobody on that team that is like, I want to sign this guy to a shoe deal, or I want to see this guy in a commercial with XYZ. It's just a bunch of really good basketball players.
Yeah. And then they got an Aggie, which nobody wants to see. Nobody wants to see when you get an Aggie on your team. It's the best Aggie basketball player of all time in the NBA, and they arrested him for smoking weed. That's why you don't go to College Station, kids. That's why you don't go there.
It's a lot of other reasons too.
You come to the University of Texas. Matt, it's a Thursday afternoon. Glad to be here with you. I'm feeling a little better today. My voice may be still there, but I'm feeling better today. Got up, got some sleep last night. I did not stay up for the entirety of the Spurs-Lakers game. I was like, I'll watch the second half in bed, and then passed out. But tonight we do get a good one. I want to plug this for my buddies. My buddy Jelly Ellington does a Christmas jam every year. It's amazing. It's tons of fun. He gets a bunch of different awesome musicians together to play. It's happening tonight at 3:10 at ACL Live. I'll be up on stage, some saying dumb stuff, I'm sure, at some point. But it's a ton of fun. They do raffles there as well, benefiting the Kerr County flood relief. For those people who were still affected by the floods earlier this year. So they are raising money for that while they are doing this show. There's a tribute with a bunch of Austin musicians for Ozzy Osbourne. It's going to be a ton of fun. So if you are looking for something to do in Austin tonight, go check out 3:10 at ACL Live, Jelly's Christmas Jam. It is fun every year. I love being a part of it. So if you want to do that, great music and good cause tonight, 3:10 at ACL Live. Enjoy that. And we'll talk some more football here, Matt. As we get into the Sherrone Moore story, how crazy that was that it broke right before our show yesterday. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, okay, it's with cause. And then we get that it was an affair. And then we kind of get, I think at the end of the show, we saw he was arrested. Maybe by the end of the show, we saw that he was arrested.
He was detained at the end of the show, which is not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
And then they eventually, I think they brought charges. I think they eventually released,
I don't know if
they brought assault
yeah,
charges.
Yeah, I don't know.
The police department released a statement. And I mean, I don't have the statement in front of me, but it sounds like some kind of domestic dispute.
Oh, well, no, I mean, we heard what happened now is that Sherrone Moore basically and now people are getting back on
allegedly, we'll say
allegedly are getting back on Michigan now because apparently there was reports that Sherrone Moore was dealing with a lot of things mental health wise and not in a good mental space as through in a mental space as going like through the week. And then they just went ahead and fired him without kind of having anybody support staff around, like HR or somebody else who can maybe help him. And then he went home and got an argument with his wife, threatened to off himself, took off, then went to his girlfriend's place and threatened to do it to both of them. So that's when apparently they get him to leave there and they go pick him up. But that goes down fast. And that is a lot worse of a story that we hear through it. We got the details that he DoorDash Plan B, apparently, at some point.
I don't know if I buy that one.
That's one of the pieces that they're selling. She also got a 55% pay increase at one point.
Yeah, she was making something like 53,000 or 55,000 or something a year from 2022 to 2023, and then again in 2023-24, and then all of a sudden in 24-25, her salary just doubles out of nowhere. That's one way to do it.
And so after all of that happens, Matt, we still end up with the same piece that Michigan is a job that is open, but it does feel like the viewpoint of it to where before it was like, oh, isn't it fair? It doesn't seem like the ship is so unsteady right now that it feels a little bit more unsteady, just of like, what is going on there? That all of this is somehow okay to happen. I get it's one person that really caused all of this stuff, but really, you have to and go, all right, how did the AD, how did you wait this long to do anything and then just fire him there where he could go off and be this? And I know you don't know, I'm not trying to put it on anybody, but if you're a potential coach who is going to leave another job to take this job, do you feel a little bit worse about it today than you may have at 5 p.m. yesterday when you go, okay, well, there was an affair, but that's, it happens. It's not the worst thing. And then everything that has now come out, you feel, how is there not more oversight happening in this place?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more people, right, CB, including the AD, who probably, from what I read last night, this was like the worst kept secret in Ann Arbor, like the whole affair and everything that was going on. I feel like there are a lot of people who overlooked things potentially, who should get caught in the fallout if all things go the way that they should. Like, they don't deserve to get off scot-free for it. I think the AD's included in that. Obviously we're not Michigan insiders, so we don't have all the facts. This is just based on what we've seen, but it sounds really stinky and for a lot of different people. So, I thought Brooks on X summed it up pretty well yesterday. It turned very quickly from a big joke and people trying to get their jokes out on Twitter to pretty much like thoughts and prayers to everybody involved. I hope everybody's okay. And it's really a bad look for the university in the athletic department that like potentially so many different people knew about this and did nothing.
Yeah.
And said nothing and swept it under the rug. And now we're in the situation that we're in.
Yeah, it doesn't seem great. And Temple, how has she not been fired? She's going to get a massive payout because they fired him and then she went to go attack her. And that's Michigan's going to get blamed for that at some point. So they're going to have to figure all that out. There'll be a lawsuit on that end, I'm sure. It's terrible. The whole story is awful. And it doesn't shine a good light for a school that already had other issues going on at it and other things that are, questionable about what Michigan was doing, that it does feel like the AD now is probably maybe saved his job before because the piece of being able to keep, like, you won the national championship a couple years ago. Did you get something breaking or something or not?
No, it's just, we talked about door dashing Plan B.
Oh,
and then I think my phone heard me because I literally just got an alert on my phone from DoorDash that said order items you need and get them delivered directly to your doorstep.
Oh, come on, DoorDash.
Like
Read the room. Later. Read the room, DoorDash.
I haven't used DoorDash in like 6 months.
Yeah, and it's so at the end, it really ends up with a set plate. But I don't know for other Michigan, where you say the AD may be gone. Again, you're walking into a place. These all fall into the world where we know the number one answer on everybody's big board, which it's going to be for for it's going to be for going next year too, is Kalen DeBoer. That's the big answer on the big board of if you want a home run hire, you go get Kalen DeBoer. And the issue with that, there's a couple issues. One is he has to lose on Friday. Like he's got to lose on Friday. If he wins, then Alabama wants to keep him even more. And now it's like, are you going to have really two teams in this playoff have coaching changes? That seems obscene too. So I don't think it's really there anyway. But that is the name that everyone's going to bring up. I just don't think it's a real thing. But that's the name they're going to bring.
Yeah, the two names that I've seen the most, and I've been following a couple of Michigan insiders on like 24/7 and On3 and stuff.
And see, that's why I'm with you. I just don't think he would be like, let me leave Alabama where everything's pretty nice. They let us in the playoffs after we got destroyed in the SEC championship game. Like everything seems like it's going pretty well for us here. Why would I leave if I don't know that the AD who's hiring me is going to be there much longer? I don't know how much staff I'm going to have. I don't know how much the boosters have already been worn out by all this. And then I don't know, my players, I may walk in and they're all like, all right, dude, we're already gone. It's too much.
Yeah. But the names that I've heard the most are Jesse Minter, who does have a show cause because he was involved in the Jim Harbaugh thing, but that show cause ends like next week or something.
I thought it ended in April. I heard it ended in April.
What I saw was that it ended a few days from now, but either way, that's a name that's been tossed around a ton. Jed Fish is one that I heard had a lot of momentum at one point. And then today, like I literally just looked at it a minute ago before we got on. Kenny Dillingham his agents are apparently making a push to see like and trying to generate some interest there. So it could be any of those guys. It could be none of them. They could just decide, hey, we're going to stick with this guy named Biff Poggi for a year and then turn it back around and do a coaching search in a year. But I don't think they can afford to do that because, I mean, I saw right before I got on as well, Bryce Underwood doesn't have a buyout in his NIL contract with Michigan, so he can just go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like you run the risk of losing players and recruits. And like, here's another example. The offensive tackle, Malachi Lee, that Texas was really going hard after up until signing day. He put out some quotes to Rivals and was like, I have a lot. And they were like, we have a lot to think about. One of the main reasons that we signed with Michigan was because of Sherrone Moore and because of the offensive line coach who's now at Syracuse. So there's going to be a lot of fallout on the roster regardless, but I don't think that they can afford to stick with an interim because that's not going to get people excited. That's not going to get people to stick around.
No, and not with the real transfer portal because I know there was the whole, you can't, as soon as a coach leaves, you have to hire a new coach, but you have that transfer portal. You're going to have to go attack that transfer portal hard and you're going to lose some guys. You want to try and keep some guys. You want to keep, what you really would love to do is bring somebody in that, adds more excitement because Sherrone Moore, again, wasn't an exciting hire when they made him. It was we just won a national championship. There's not really a lot of coaching hires out there we want to get. And it's weird to not bring in Sherrone Moore. So we're going to have him, but he always felt interim-y of like, he wasn't going to be there a long time. And so this is where they say, we don't want to do that again. And so that's when we leave to a Jed Fish or a Kenny Dillingham make much more sense because those guys can go in and try and excite Michigan again, especially Kenny Dillingham. That he is a guy that can go in there and really try to push forward what he wants to get done. And he's a great speaker. He's a great leader of young men. So I think he's somebody that I don't get he is an Arizona kid that the location doesn't make as much sense to me, but everything else kind of clicks into who could you find at this point. And that is a hot young coaching prospect. So I think that was on there. And when we start to hear some of the other names thrown around this one, you're just like, you start to get into, well, that's not better than him. And that's not better than him. And that's not going to get, people more excited about Michigan football. And so they're just it's going to be interesting to see if they're able, like, so if they don't hire somebody by Friday, then I think they're at least talking to Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to take them a couple of weeks, honestly.
I don't know if it will. I don't know if it will because they knew about this. Like, they've been on the phone. They've been talking. Apparently, that's what the rumor was, that every agency knew that Michigan was on a coach search a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. So this is just the one insider that I've been following. I'm not going to say which one, but he was basically intimating that nobody knew about this. He heard that Josh Pate said that on his show. He heard a couple other people say it online. Yeah. He said that's not true. They were shocked when this happened. They weren't prepared for it. All this stuff. I don't know which one to believe, honestly, because I think, like, personally, and look, I'm not Chip Brown. I don't have, sources that are super tied close to the Texas program that I've known for a long time or any of that stuff. But it feels like to me, when you're that close to the program in terms of having sources and being an insider or whatever, your sources are different from those of the national variety, like Josh Pate or somebody else would have, who may have a different perspective or known something that a lot of these other inside people didn't know. Like, maybe he has talked to agents who knew about this, or maybe he has talked to XYZ, someone else who was been aware of this. Whereas, like, maybe those people who are directly tied to the Michigan program were kept in the dark.
Yeah.
So we really don't know one way or the other which one is true. It's just, I find it hard to believe that they would fire him yesterday and had no idea this was coming and no idea they were going to do it for weeks.
Hasn't it been reported that the investigation started in November?
Yeah.
So they had to know something was up.
Yeah. And if since November, obviously you're like, okay, if this goes bad, we have to have a backup plan.
Yeah. As soon as you see, you started on November 25th, and on November 26th, you realize that she got a 55% pay increase, and you go, hey, let's start calling other coaches.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out everything else to make sure your show cause is correct. But the second you find out she got the pay raise, you should be looking for other coaches, because Sherrone Moore wasn't a guy that you were going to keep long-term anyway. So you knew, like, you would be out. Now you would rather do it, with a week left in the season or whatever else, you could, go get the next best coach and put in a better cycle. Maybe that was a plan. And they were like, if this is not bad enough, we'll just fire him next year. And we'll get in front of the coaching search. But it now feels like it's a tough one. I'm with you. I think Kenny Dillingham and Jed Fish kind of lead the way. The Jesse Minter one is interesting with the show cause where it's at. For the reveal, the show cause is not about any of the cheating scandal or any of that. It's that he was texting with a recruit in an inadmissible time to be texting with a recruit. So, like, before a period where you're allowed to. So that's why he has a 1-year show cause. It's not as bad. That kind of thing happens more than we know. And, like, it's bad because the Harbaugh era of college football was very much screw the rules and flaunt it and don't care that we're saying that we're not paying attention to him. But
okay. I just found this online, so I don't know how accurate it is because it's the internet. But it says Jesse Minter's 1-year show cause penalty issued in the spring of 2025 for recruiting violations is set to end around mid-December, with some reports specifying December 15th.
Okay.
So,
I mean, if that's it, then yeah, you hire him on the 16th.
Yeah. That would be my guess.
So I'm with you. I think that's your easiest answer. Now the question is, does he want to go back to be the head coach of Michigan? And, is that his goal, or does he want to try and be an NFL head coach? Because he's going to get interest to be an NFL head coach too. So he may, I don't know what his ties to the program are, if his ties are more to Harbaugh or towards ties to the program. He was a Mount St. Joseph player. He's from Arkansas. So I don't think he necessarily had ties. He spent a lot of time with the Ravens as well. So I don't know if he wants to go back for the 2 years he spent in Michigan that he thinks this is a great job. I'm going to take it. I don't know if Harbaugh tries to hard sell him on taking it because Harbaugh is still a Michigan man who wants to get somebody good in there, or if Harbaugh is like, screw that, just stay on my staff. I don't know how any of that's going to work.
I think the idea of Harbaugh being a Michigan man is one of the most overblown things in the world. I don't think he gives two shits about Michigan.
Well, that's what a Michigan man is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what we have found about Michigan men in the last couple of years is that is the definition of a Michigan man.
Yeah.
And CB, you're right. Like if this happened a week before, Matt Campbell's probably the guy they offer here in the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, if this happened a week before, Matt Campbell gets a call from Penn State, gets a call from Michigan, he takes Michigan. So,
yeah.
So all of those pieces together, you're like, yeah, if it just ends up in that way, that unfortunately for Michigan, they are now really behind the eight ball. They've got to try and figure it out. And then the Kalen DeBoer stuff is like, you even hear a name like Lincoln Riley, which you're like, that would be a terrible hire. But then you're like, if Lincoln Riley did take that job and the USC job opened up, you know who the number one candidate for the USC job would be, Matt?
Jesse Minter?
Kalen DeBoer.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Still Kalen DeBoer. So they're gonna have to.
He's gonna be the new Lane Kiffin, where every job that opens up, it's gonna be Kalen DeBoer.
It is. I mean, because everyone's like, well, it's like the rich kid who's got all the toys and then he doesn't play with one toy. He's like, that toy sucks. You're like, well, can I play with it? He's like, no, it's my toy. Everybody's like, well, go and just play with your toy then. I don't. That's what it feels like with Kalen DeBoer. Everyone's like, well, if you don't like that coach, we'll take him. We think he's a good coach. Now, granted, Michigan is a type of fan base like all of us are, which is he goes 10-2 and everybody goes 10-2, fire him.
That's Alabama. You know what I think? You know what I honestly hope really happens is that Kalen DeBoer ends up taking the Michigan job. The Alabama job opens up, then Lane Kiffin leaves LSU and goes to Alabama.
Yeah.
And then just throws another wrench into the coaching search cycle because he's a selfish sack of shit.
I was watching a video the other day, Matt, about Lane Kiffin and all the fun stuff at Tennessee when he first went there. But yeah, I mean, this would be a good stop for him because if he could take the Alabama job, then he would be on his 4th SEC school.
Yeah. As a head coach. Yeah.
As a head coach. Yeah. 4th SEC school as a head coach. Impressive. Matt, we also saw
third within a year.
Third within a year. That's a way to do it, man. Do them all in one. Just make the rounds.
Kiffin should coach the entire SEC at one time.
We saw today another name hop in the transfer portal. We saw one name hop in. We saw another name be reported and then reported that it's not in. So we saw Derek Williams has entered the transfer portal. It's no shock. It was one of the names me and Matt had said that was probably going to enter. Injuries just kind of derailed him and put him behind the eight ball with some newer guys coming in behind him. So there's so much hope for a Derek Williams, but it just feels like he just needs that change of scenery. Get into a new place, get to where his freshman year expectations are not there anymore, and now people can go, we think Derek Williams is going to be a really good player. When he is, they're excited about it, not looking forward to what he's going to be. So we saw Derek Williams, and then it was reported, Matt, that Wardell Mack was entering the transfer portal. Then it was reported that Wardell Mack is not entering the transfer portal. So both by the same group of people. So it's not different sides fighting, apparently, that there was maybe some misinformation. That would say Wardell Mack is another one that wouldn't be hugely surprising if he did eventually get in. It does sound like maybe the gun was jumped a little bit. Sometimes that happens with friends or with family or with an agency, when there's not really the guardrails, that somebody may leak something out or may make a decision without the other person really knowing what it is yet, to be able to go out and say, I talked to Wardell yesterday, and he said he's 51% leaving, 49% staying. So he's leaving. They go, okay, he's in the portal. And, you just take the wrong piece on that. But we do know Derek Williams will be. No big surprise, but yes, another big piece you have to replace in the secondary now.
Well, I think Derek Williams just needs a fresh start.
Yeah.
Kind of like CJ Baxter. He kind of fell behind in the depth chart a little bit after a great freshman season because of an injury. And he just needs something. I think he just needs a fresh start. He's going to get passed on the depth chart more than likely. They're going to bring in somebody from the portal. Jonah Williams is coming along. Xavier Filsme's coming along. So it just didn't work out, and that's fine. I still tend to believe that Wardell Mack is going to enter the transfer portal. Here's something that I don't think a lot of the casual fan on social media understands is that nobody has actually entered the portal yet.
Yeah.
They can't enter the portal until January 2nd. So all of these reports that are coming out that say, XYZ is going to enter the transfer portal is exactly that. He's planning on entering it yet.
Yes.
And there may be some people within the Texas program who don't believe that he is going to enter, or they're trying very hard to get him to stay. I tend to trust the reporting from its source because it's a very connected person, and I think that he's really good at his job. So I would expect him to eventually enter the portal. If that changes, that changes. But he can still stay there and go through practice and do all the things and play in the bowl game and then enter the portal after the bowl game. Maybe it was a little premature, but it does. If it ends up happening, then it doesn't matter. I will say that if he does end up staying, which I hope he does, because I think he's a really talented player, he would have a really, really good chance to start next season. But it is what it is.
Yeah, and we also know there's also the world now that it's the agency world of college athletics is so unregulated that I don't know who his agency is. I don't know who his agent is. But sometimes you can get things of trying to negotiate and threatening to enter the portal as part of a negotiation, which then gets reported as entering the portal when that negotiation doesn't go the way you want. But yeah, I could see him going either way at this point. It does. We've had a few of those before where maybe, because a person who reported that it was not going is also respected. Is that Eric Nalen reported that it was wrong, that he was not going to enter the portal. So
he also reported that it was happening.
Yeah, I know. He reported both of them. So yeah, it's the same person who reported both sides of it. I could believe that he would eventually be in the portal, but I think maybe there's also the world of Texas being like, we're not done negotiating NIL for you or whatever we're going to do. And we'll talk to you and let's see where you're at. And then if you still want to go, you can still go. But, I remember Xavier Worthy was a big one a few years back. That was, he's definitely transferring. He's definitely going. He's definitely going to USC. He's definitely gone. He's out the door. Okay, Xavier Worthy's back. Mm-hmm. So that happens as well, which again, he was paid to stay. So you get there, but yeah, this again is a shot in the secondary. You already know that you're losing Michael Taft. You're assuming we're losing Manny Muhammad. I've not seen anything on that yet, but all assumptions are that Malik Muhammad is going to go in the draft, which then leads you with who else is going to stay, who has the reps and who has been playing good football. Jelani McDonald has a decision to make about the NFL draft. And Matt, I want to get into a little bit of some early mock drafts because I started to look around in some mock drafts and started to look around of where players may be going. And right now, Texas is not a hot spot for these players. Now, that will change over the upcoming months when we get to see guys at the combine and they get to see their measurables and their pro day. And once you start to get a better feel about what teams want, it's kind of the same thing as recruiting, Matt, that you can go look at all the players, but then when Texas, LSU, Alabama, and Georgia all call the player and offer them, and you have them as a 3-star, you're like, they're probably not a 3-star. If all of these schools are calling them, they may be more than a 3-star player. So when you get to the combine and now you start hearing that all of these different places all want to do interviews with him and all want to talk to him and all want to bring him in, then maybe that starts to boost him up on the projections because now you're hearing that they're going to go a little bit further. But when you look at it, I mean, I think we're all looking at Anthony Hill being a really high draft pick, and the early bounce back is second rounder, Matt, for Anthony Hill.
Yeah. I mean, look, linebacker isn't the most valuable position in the NFL. So that probably has something to do with it. I don't know how many linebackers they have ahead of them in the mock draft that you're looking at.
I'm looking at a bunch of different ones, but it's 2 to 3 in most of them.
Yeah. But by the time that the actual draft comes around, I think you'll be hearing him talked about as a first-round draft pick. Which is why I think he already declared.
Yeah, I
don't think he would have done that if, going into this process, everybody was telling him you're a day 2 or day 3 pick, or probably a day 2 pick. He probably would have been like, well, I can be a day 1 pick. Let me just go back for a year and prove it.
Yeah.
So he'll end up being a first-round pick, if not like very high second round.
No, and I think that it's Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, and CJ Allen are the 3 guys that are kind of being talked about in front of him right now in NFL drafts.
Arvell Reese makes sense.
Arvell Reese is the number 1. Like he's very high. But then Sonny Styles and CJ Allen, and then Anthony Hill, and then it's a little break after that. But I think it's more interesting. And would Ant make more in NIL if he stayed instead of going second round? Not really. And the biggest issue you're looking at, Joe, and this is always what to remember, is you're not the first contract you get isn't the one you want. You want to start the clock on your second contract. So your second contract is where you can make a lot of money, like life-changing, generational money you can make in that second contract. So you need to start the clock on the first one because injuries, father time, everything else takes away how much you can make in your entire NFL career. If you take more hits and play another year in college, that's maybe 10 to 12 million, 15 million on the back end of your NFL career that you won't have, which is way less or more than you're going to get in NIL. So the thought process on it is, yes, they could go, well, you're going to make $2 million next year, 2.5. We'll give you 2.5 to stay here. But that's also delaying the huge amount of money when you sign a, $70 million guaranteed contract, $50 million guaranteed contract. Those ones are the ones that you're trying to get to.
Yeah. He'll be a first round pick.
I think he definitely could be, unless his measurables, unless everything goes haywire and what we don't expect. I think he will be a first round pick. But that goes into, Matt, kind of looking at some of the players that have the chance to leave, the chance to stay, as far as drafting, as far as going to the NFL. We know that Cole Hudson, DJ Campbell, Michael Taft, Trey Moore, Hero Canoe. Well, no, Hero Canoe is going to could say Gilbo Burke, Colbert Vard. Those guys are all gone, right? So we don't have to. But when we start to look at, and when we look down those guys, it's really like Michael Taft is probably a third round pick right now. He may move up depending, because his whole slight is that he's smaller than they want him to be, and they don't know if he's going to be as fast as they want him to be and as quick as they want him to be. If he can show that kind of stuff, if his 40 time is faster than people think, he will jump up draft boards because they would love to have Michael Taft's mind. But you just got to make sure it's not a detriment to have other things. So Michael Taft is kind of in that third to fourth round right now, and he could easily move up into a second to third round projection if his measurables are a little bit better. Yeah. DJ Campbell's around that as well. When he goes out, you're probably looking at him third, fourth right now. And again, if he comes out and looks better, the fact that he is all SEC third team, the fact that he'll have a couple pieces, they'll look at both years of film. They actually get to kind of see 2 years of film on him now. So he's not going to be a top guy, but depending on what teams need, also an inside lineman is not always the most needed position. But if somebody finds him and likes him, he could go a little bit higher in the third round. I don't think he's a second round pick unless he just all of a sudden his measurables are off the chart. But you could probably go in the higher end of third round for him if he was to really impress and someone finds him, but most likely mid to late third, early fourth was where you'd see DJ Campbell. Trey Moore, probably a fourth round pick. The linebacker thing is to help him out a little bit more versatility, but again, undersized for Trey Moore. And then your only other guy who's probably going to get drafted out of that, maybe Cole Brevard, because he's a big body guy, but he would be a later pick in maybe 5th, 6th round guy for Cole Brevard to be picked in this draft. No one right now is Ethan Burke doing much in the draft. No one has him really getting drafted. So for Ethan Burke, he's got to go show on pro day and show some other guys for his chance to either get drafted late in the draft because people see what he can do, or pick him up as an undrafted free agent.
I think Ethan Burke going undrafted would be a huge mistake by the NFL. I don't know how much stock I put in a lot of this stuff. Like
it's super early. It's super early.
Yeah.
But this is the reason I bring it up, man. I'll just say this reason. I want to hear what you say. I bring it up because they are having to make those decisions right now.
Yeah, they are. I bet that they're getting better advice than what a lot of these mock drafts are projecting them as, because a lot of this stuff is like guys just looking at a bunch of names and stats and pretending like they've watched all these guys on tape, like they know Ethan Burke's measurables and stuff. It's like, no, you don't, you dork. Once he tests and the scouts see him, I mean, they're like, when we went to the Texas A&M game, there was a line of scouts in the press box sitting between me on the second row and the people on the first row. And they were all watching him completely dominate that football game.
Yeah.
First of all, another just little side conversation. I don't know why NFL scouts actually go to games, because you can see everything on L22. So like, why are you using the travel money to go to these football games? I don't get it.
Oh, I know,
but
I can tell you why, but finish.
Well, it's probably a recruiting thing, but the point I'm trying to make here is that a lot of these guys I think are going to test better than they show on tape. Anthony Hill for sure is going to be one of those guys. I think DJ Campbell is going to blow people away with his measurables once he gets into a pro day setting. And Ethan Burke is I think he's going to interview incredibly well. I think that he's a lot more athletic than people give him credit for, and he's going to test better than people think he will. So it's not going to be a situation where Texas has 14 people drafted like they did last year, 13 the year before. But I think they'll probably have 6, 7, or 8 guys that get drafted.
Yeah. No, and I'm not trying to spin the Texas not. I'm saying this is more for decision making, but I'm with you. I think it will get better, and I think you're dead on with Ethan Burke, that once you get to see him a little bit more, and once we actually see scouts, they're going to see him more what he does. But if he falls into the category right now that unless he gets tons of hype, the where you can pick him would be back end 6th, 7th round, and just see, well, we like him, but like he's going to make an NFL roster. There's no doubt of that. The question is he drafted late, or do they think they can get away with it? Can somebody, is there a rush on edges, or what he does in a specificity? Good Lord. If he can get that done, then we'll see him go. But I'm with you. I think that's all good points. To let you know why scouts go on the road, Matt, which I didn't know this, but hanging out with Eddie Orrin doing the Texas broadcast, and Eddie Orrin's a scout for the Nets, and then he kind of let me in on what the real deal is you're going to talk to coaches, you're going to talk to people around the program, you're talking to teachers, you're trying to hobnob with everybody, because everyone can see the film, but not everybody can find out, is the kid showing up to practice every day on time? Is the kid doing this? Is the kid, and you want to talk to other players, you want to talk to whoever's around the program to try and figure out, is this kid a character fit for what we're doing? And should we bring him in? Or is the program just trying to build him up so they look better? But in reality, they're thrilled to kick him out the door. So that's the real reason why they're there, is for hobnobbing on the field, for going in to talk to the coaches, being there before the program, doing all that stuff. They're more for that, talking to the announcers that, see these guys every day. That's why they're there. To have that
then
connection.
Ethan Burke is going to blow them away.
Yeah, and that's, again, great for him.
Yeah. Michael Taff will do the same thing.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys will do the same thing. Like Anthony Hill is a fantastic kid. He does everything the right way. I feel like pretty much everybody you're talking about, for the most part, is that way. But in terms of the mock drafts, like when there's a couple of people that I follow when it comes to this stuff that I put on a different level from these other ones. Dane Brugler, who I think everybody knows, he's with the Athletic now. He does it, I think, better than anybody else. And then there's a guy that is a Dallas local radio guy who used to be a scout for the Cowboys, Brian Broaddus. When he does it, and he and Dane usually are pretty much on the same level with a lot of different stuff. When they come out and they say this guy's this, that, or the other round pick, then I'll put a little bit more stock.
No. I'm with you.
But they do, like, those guys don't really have a decision to make, obviously, because they're out of eligibility.
Yes.
What I'm interested in seeing is Manny Muhammad in his evaluation.
So let's get into some of these guys that right now, what their evaluation is right now. So it's getting that out of the way. Those are the initial evaluations of guys that we know are leaving. But there are some guys who have some different evaluations. And one that was really surprised, one of the higher ones for Texas is still Jack Endries. Jack Endries is pretty high on most people's list as a second-round draft pick. Some people have him as third, but second to third round draft pick. They have him as the fifth or sixth best tight end in the draft this year. So that is one for Jack Endries, knowing that the season didn't go the way he wanted, but it still feels like there's some heat for him in the NFL, that if he says, it didn't work, I'm ready to move on, Jack Endries is one you'd have to replace at the tight end position. So an interesting one there. But I think a lot of people thought because he had not the season he wanted, that he would definitely come back. But I'm seeing him a little bit higher on these boards early. Now, what he's going to hear from his people, maybe third, fourth, you're definitely not, you'll be fighting for a day two, or he could read, you're definitely a day two pick. And for him, for a tight end, day two is great.
I feel like there's just as much of a chance that he hits the portal as he goes pro. I think that last game against A&M may have reinvigorated things with him sticking around for another year. But in terms of like measurables and route running and smarts and all these different things that a tight end has to have to be successful in multiple different ways, he's got them all. I just don't think he was a fit for what Texas was doing in the first 9-10 weeks of the season. And then they figured out, oh yeah, we have this guy, we should use him in these sorts of ways. And then they started using him. And he started playing really well. So maybe he sticks around for another year, but he could very easily be a day two pick. I mean, what he was doing against A&M was the kind of stuff that we expected him to do all year long. So if they see that in him and they're like, all right, no, you're good, you can come out, we'll take you the fifth pick of the third round. It's like, yeah.
All right. The next one we'll go with is Trevor Gooseby. Trevor Gooseby is a day two pick right now. If he stays another year, he's probably a day one pick.
Yeah.
We know that, Kelvin Banks is a guy who's a day one pick. So Gooseby's an interesting one. His brother's coming to play basketball. All signs seem to be pointing to him staying another year. We haven't heard a lot of him leaving, but if you sit and say you're already sitting as a day two pick in most people's mind because of your upside, but it's going to be a little bit harder for you because you're not necessarily a day one plug and play guy. And that's a different path where you really prefer, if you stay another year at college, I think most NFL teams would tell him, stay one more year. Stay one more year, because then we think you're ready to play, week one of next season. You'll be able to get in there, right? And if you don't, I don't know if I can play you week one. I don't know if you're ready to play at the NFL level yet. So it feels like the information he's probably going to get is more of stay for one more year. But if he doesn't, he's still going to get picks because of the upside.
What's your favorite beer, Patrick?
Oh, I drink Lone Star.
I will buy you a 30 case of Lone Star if Trevor Gooseby goes pro.
I don't think he is.
Yeah. He needs to come back for another year. He was really good this year, for one thing. I don't think people realize how well he was playing next to the position that was the big leaky spot of the Texas offensive line. I mean, when that offensive line was playing well together, like look at the Texas A&M tape. He completely shut down what might be the top pass rusher in the NFL draft this year. Made him look like nothing. So I think that he just needs to put an entire year of that on tape. And if he puts an entire year of that on tape, then he'll be a top 15 pick. So I imagine he will be back, and Texas will have both of its tackles back.
I'm with you. I think I'm with you on that one, but it's an interesting name. It's just one we have to throw out there. We're talking about it.
It would be very damaging if he left. I'll tell you that.
Manny Muhammad's kind of all over the place. Manny Muhammad, I've seen anywhere from 2nd round to 5th round. Like he is all over the place of how people rank Manny Muhammad. So more analysis, like statistical analysis, doesn't like him as much. But then you see some people who are judging it on other things, and they're ranking him much higher. So that's one that I feel like he is in a weird spot. I think he's still going to go because he's going to get some people saying, we think you're a great boundary corner. You've been playing already for enough years. We think we can bring you in. But seeing how far all over the place he is on just, what I'm seeing, I think there's maybe a 20% chance he comes back. It just has always felt like he's going to go.
I think he's been in the mode of I'm going to the NFL since the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And I think once a guy is in that mode, it's really hard to shake him out of it.
Yes. That's a good way to put that.
So that's why I think that he'll be gone no matter what, unless he gets like a no, you're not getting drafted grade.
Yeah, I think if he got a late day 3, he may come back because he's like, all right, at that point, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. And he's like, I can be a 2nd round pick. But I don't think he's going to get that grade. I think he's going to have at least some people tell him you're a 2nd round pick.
Yeah. And like I said, he's been preparing as though he's going to the draft for since last spring, probably. So I would imagine he goes.
Another one that I've seen kind of all over the place is Trey Wisner, where, I think it's kind of not the same, but like Jaden Blue, where you had just all over the place of what people thought of him, that I see him anywhere from like the 130s to the 250s draft position. Like there's just all over the place of, is Trey Wisner a guy to go? We know CJ Baxter's already gone. So this is a place for Trey Wisner if he says, I am now getting drafted. We drafted running back. I'm still getting drafted. Something that, I believed that was going to happen, but maybe not everybody did a couple years ago. Now I've shown I can be a 1,000-yard rusher. I don't know what I'm walking back into. I don't know how much I'm going to have to share the load. I don't know if my stock's ever going to be higher than it was a year ago. So should I go out now while my stock is still high, or should I transfer somewhere else, or should I, come back for another year because I came in with this class and I am a character guy who wants to stay at the University of Texas?
Yeah, I kind of feel like he's one of those guys that's going to end up back. Especially with CJ Baxter leaving and them kind of shifting the way that they're going to run the football more than likely. I could see him going pro 100%. I don't see him transferring. Again, anything is possible, but this year kind of felt like there was a lot of meat left on the bone. And he just doesn't really feel like the kind of guy that wants to leave it that way. The problem that he faces, though, is that they're 100% going to bring another running back in via the portal. 100%. There's no way that they're not going to.
Yeah.
So if that guy comes in and then all of a sudden, oh, this guy's the bell cow, he's going to take over the running back responsibilities, he's going to get 20 carries a game, where does that leave Trey Wisner? And he's like, well, I might as well just go pro at this point. It's a very interesting situation because I could see it going either way. I tend to lean that he's going to be back, but I wouldn't put money on it.
All right. So then we get to Jelani McDonald.
Yeah.
And Jelani McDonald is, again, right now, not super highly ranked. So if we look at where all those pieces are, it doesn't feel like Jelani McDonald. He is right now more in that Ethan Burke range of a guy that has a lot to prove.
Mm-hmm.
And so he could go. He will play in the NFL next season if he goes. But do you want to play another season and try and get to where you know you're going to be drafted, to where you have a bigger showcase, to where you put together a couple years of really good play, where you help lead this defense next year? Or are you done with it? It feels like he would be told to play another year of college. But whether or not, I think, like you mentioned, you said earlier, which is a great way you said earlier about Manny Muhammad walking into this season expecting to be drafted after this year, expecting to go to the NFL. I think Jelani McDonald walked into this year wanting to prove that he was an NFL player. I don't know if he walked in saying, I'm going to the NFL, but he wanted to prove he's an NFL player, and he did that. So is that good enough for him to go, or does he come back another year?
I think that they're going to do everything in their power to bring him back. So I will be surprised if he is not your starting. What is it? Field safety or boundary safety? I don't remember.
Yeah.
If he's not your starting, what is essentially strong safety next season, then I will be surprised. They really want him to come back. I don't think that the draft analysis is going to be there for him in terms of, if you're going to, here's the way that I like to think about it. If you have eligibility left and you have ways to improve that can raise your draft stock, and then you get a draft projection or a draft grade and it says day 3, no matter where it is in day 3, if it says day 3, you should come back.
Yeah.
Because you have an opportunity to raise that grade and make more money and get more experience. Whereas if you just decide to go, then you're you're not even guaranteeing yourself a roster spot at that point. So you're putting a lot of risk on your career, which is why I think it was a mistake for Cam Williams to leave last year.
Yep. And that's kind of my thing for a lot of these, where it's like, go prove that you're a guy we can put you in and play right away, where Cam Williams was never going to be a day one starter. And so now you fall into, well, if someone else is in front of you, how are you ever going to replace them? How are you going to show you're better than them and step into it? Or you could have stayed another year and maybe got there. So I'm with you. There's a couple other names that could go. DeAndre Moore is probably the biggest one of that one, of an actual NFL talent. But his season just was a bit underwhelming with the injuries, that it doesn't feel like the heat is on DeAndre Moore like we thought it was going to be after this year. He didn't, the progression wasn't there as much. So it feels like he will be in college for another season, whether that's at Texas or not. Maybe the other piece of that, though.
He had a lot of issues with drops this year as well. I mean, I feel like he and Ryan Wingo did, but I've always kind of thought of him as a Trey Wisner type who was just all about Texas and all about the team and all about this stuff. And he probably is. I'm not saying that he's not. But I think that if he gets an NIL offer to go somewhere else to get a fresh start, he would take it. And I think he would do that before he went pro. Like, he's going to have a decision to make. Again, it's like I said about Jelani McDonald. You're gonna risk going pro to be a 5th round pick or a 6th round pick, and then maybe you don't make a roster, and now you have to go play in the USFL or whatever it's called now.
Yeah,
or be on a practice squad and be a practice squad guy for the rest of your career. That's really difficult position to put yourself in.
Yeah. No, and it's like the only other name I could throw out there is Ryan Niblett, of somebody that teams would listen to and teams would want to see. But it feels like if he's going to go somewhere from Texas, it would be to a team to be a wide receiver and go try and earn himself a spot on a roster that way, and then go to the draft the year after. That would seem more likely for Ryan Niblett, who's a redshirt sophomore. So he could go. Doesn't feel like he's going to go there, but transfer portal is a very real option if he wants to get a position where he maybe gets the ball a little bit more.
Yeah, he could go pro, and people would draft him as a return specialist.
Yeah,
and they wouldn't do that until the 6th or 7th round. And he would play, and he would make money, and he would do well at that. But I would lean him coming back probably. Yeah.
No, I would say not going. So, I mean, is there anybody else that you think is in that going to the NFL, getting actual, notice, and people may actually want to go pick up?
Not really. No, there's a couple of guys on the offensive line who wouldn't get drafted if they went pro. One of them doesn't have a choice. Cole Hudson.
Yeah.
But there's all this speculation about Connor Robertson because he walked on senior day. It's like, that's because he's thinking about transferring, not because he's going to get drafted.
No, I believe
so. I don't really think that there's any. Maybe Travis Shaw, but he doesn't have a choice. I think he's out of eligibility.
Yeah.
So most of them are would be like that, I would think.
No, I'm with you. I think that's kind of where it ends up. So when we leave that all, it feels like we know Anthony Hill, who's already declared. And then Manny Muhammad, I think the way you put it is the best way to put it, Matt, which is he walked into this year believing he was going to go to the NFL afterwards. So it's hard to switch that and turn that off in your brain and say, no, I'm going to come back for one more year. It's possible. Michael Taft did it a year ago.
Yeah.
Michael Taft had made the decision he was going to the NFL, and they lost, and he came back. Jack Idries is someone could. Outside of that, I don't know another name that may go up there. Hero Canoe is somebody who would draw interest for sure, but I don't know, again, if he wants to go to pro and go there. It feels like he is enjoying being in college, so I would assume he would come back, but again, I haven't seen his name on any boards, so I don't know.
I think that the overwhelming consensus is that he's going to end up returning. He would be a day 2 pick if he went, but I just don't think that that's in the cards right now.
Yeah. So there's some names and what we think, but not a ton maybe going. The younger guys going, maybe helping build this class again for next season to put something really special together next season. And that's kind of what I was looking at when I started to look around that, because I started to get the emails and stuff of people being like, here's a mock draft and here's a mock draft. And you start to get those notifications and stuff. So it's like, you know what, let's start looking at it and see how pillaged our team will be from the draft, because we know last year it was completely pillaged. So this year it's like, okay, it feels like it's not going to be as bad, but we will see as the weeks continue on here in December and we get to playing in the bowl, how many opt-outs there are, who doesn't play. That makes it a little bit more conscientious that they're probably going to head pro. We'll find all of that stuff out. All right, let's take our first break, Matt. When we come back, we're going to do our final SEC power rankings of the year. We've got Bama Bruce coming up. I know he's excited about what's coming up. There's also some NFL ref news. I know NFL ref news is really big for you, Matt. We'll get into all of that as we continue on here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
You see covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at HEB, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328, or over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Love having conversations with you here on the show. It's always a good time talking with people. Even if we don't agree, we're fine. As long as you don't keep yelling at us over and over and over and over again, we're usually pretty fine with it. I did this realization because I've had some friends who were like this, and I've known some people who are like this, and I had this realization of fans, and I don't think it's just Texas fans, but this example is just Texas fans, Matt, is that I've known people who will still be like, Tom Herman was a better coach than Sark. and every time I respond to that, I respond in the sense of like, dude, no. And everyone who knows about football will tell you this. Like, go talk to these people who know, and they'll tell you it. But I know the reason why they like Tom Herman. The reason they like Tom Herman is we were never projected to win the title. So you never got hopes up. You're like, he hit where we thought he was going to hit every year, right? Like we were never super disappointed at Tom Herman because we just didn't expect a lot out of him. So the standard was smaller there. And people like that because they don't feel the feelings they feel when we fail at our goal of not making it to playoffs. And that feeling is so much more crushing that you're like, I hate the guy who's making me feel that. I like the guy who made me feel really happy we beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. That's why I like that guy. That guy made me feel good, even though we never really had the ability to be the great team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And never be any of that stuff. I've realized it's kind of more of a thing where they may not realize it as much, but you're like, the reason you like Tom Herman more is because he was a fun guy who you just were like, yeah, man, he's fun. He comes out here and he's like, we're going to play tough football. And he pitched this whole thing. And Sark is like, we're going to win a national championship. And when we don't, they're like, but you said we were going to win one. And so I get why people hate Sark, but you clearly are not watching the world of football and everybody getting fired and everything else to not sit and think, oh, this guy got to the playoffs back-to-back years. We were just outside of it this year. I think we're all right.
Yeah. What year did Tom Herman come to Texas?
Oh, I couldn't tell off the top of my head.
CB, your time is here. Wasn't it like
let's say
2018? I
Tom
want to say
Herman, 2017.
2017. Okay. Here's the sign of a good football coach. Okay, it's not. I mean, wins and losses are obviously the most important thing in there. But from 2017, we'll say 2018 because he was the coach in 2017, so those weren't really any of his players, right? We'll say from 2018 to 2020 when Tom Herman was the coach. He had 5 players drafted in 2018. Still, you could argue that most of those weren't his guys. 2 players drafted in 2019, 3 players drafted in 2020, and then in 2021 they had 6. One of which was Sam Ehlinger in the 6th round. Sark has had more players drafted in 2024 than Tom Herman did from 2018 to 2020
No, I'm aware.
No, I know you are. I'm just saying, like, it, and he's had more players drafted in 2023 and 24 than Tom Herman had in 4 seasons. It's like, that's what I think is the best sign of a good coach, because he's not only recruiting really good players, which Tom Herman did recruit pretty good players, Bijan Robinson, a bunch of other guys, but Sark is developing those players. He's competing for championships. He won you a conference championship. He got you to another conference championship. Like, all of the things that check the box of being a good coach, Steve Sarkisian did and continues to do. And Tom Herman really didn't do any of those things. People just liked him because he was like a quirky guy who had a really fiery personality. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of Tom Herman's players hated him.
A lot of them didn't talk to him a bunch. I mean, and that kind of happens. Like, I'm not bashing on Tom Herman, but I'm saying Sark is a clear upgrade. Sark is a better coach. Yeah. And so that's a point. Yeah. And by the way, like, again, where people are like, well, Tom Herman wasn't bad. Sark has only 2 more losses, including the bad seasons, only 2 more losses as a Texas coach than Tom Herman had. And he's got 15 more wins.
Yeah.
So
here's the way I like to think about it. This just came into my mind, so tell me if it doesn't make sense. With Tom Herman, you pretty much knew what you were going to get, and you're happy with what you were going to get, right? That's how you described it. Tom Herman is Jim Beam. You know what it is. It's all right.
Yeah.
Doesn't disappoint you. Gets you where you want to go.
Yeah.
But there's nothing really special about it.
No, but that's the thing is, yeah, you're right.
Sark is a really high proof whiskey. A lot of people who are really into whiskey, or in his case, into football, they know how good it is, and they know what it's made of, and they know what the process it takes to get to be as good as where it's going to be. But for people who don't really, know the intricacies of what happens, and they don't look at all the special details, it's too spicy. I don't like it. I paid $400 for it, but it doesn't taste like, the best thing in the world to me. That's kind of how I like to look at it.
Well, I'll give you the real part of that is too, because I think it's a great example, is if I go to the bar and order a shot of Jim Beam, it's $5.
Mm-hmm.
And if I order a shot of the highest level top shelf thing they got, it's $250. Now, if I don't know, that $250 better do something real special to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that $5, drink it. We feel good. That was a Tom Herman era in Texas. Was, hey man, this is pretty good for what we got. We're feeling. I mean, we're out of Charlie Strong now. Where Charlie Strong was bad. We were losing to Kansas and stuff. So now it's just funny because I realize that it's one of those things that a lot of people who really hate Sark, and they're like, Sark sucks. When you get down to it, a lot of them like Tom Herman, and they thought he should have gotten more chance. And you're just like, I get that, but now that negates every argument you have in my mind. It's hard for me to argue this now because you're not talking about football anymore.
Yeah.
And again, Tom Herman, always very nice to me. No problems with Tom Herman personally. But as a football coach, Sark is a better coach. Just is what it is.
Yeah, there's no question about it. In any metric or measurable thing, Steve Sarkisian is a better coach. I'm trying to figure out when. Does anybody know when Sam Ehlinger declared for the NFL draft?
I did not know.
I wonder if it was before he knew that Steve Sarkisian was going to be his coach in 2021.
It could have been.
Because I bet if he had more lead up to that, and Sark got a chance to sit down and talk to him and really like explain to him, this is what we're going to do, and this is my model, and this is everything. I wonder if he would have stayed around for another year.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it was right. He was announced the day after Alabama won the national championship.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go back in time and look at our archives of Longhorns on SI photo.
No, I was at that presser, so I know it was the day after the national championship. Like everybody had to be there and be like, "All right, another national champion. Now we got to be here at back at DKR, get this done." So yeah,
I mean, in terms of Ehlinger.
So if Ehlinger did it on 1-3, then that would have been right before.
Yeah. Interesting to think about. If sans buts or whatever the saying is.
If candy and nuts, something like that.
Yeah.
Let's hit this, Matt. We haven't done this in a little while, but we need to finish up our season because we got caught up with doing other things on the show, and we did not finish out our power rankings by the end of the season for the SEC. So we haven't done since week 13. A lot has happened since then.
Mm-hmm.
But we had Thanksgiving and then the championship games. So we have not done it since then. I don't think Texas A&M is probably still number one on this list. But I want to know where Matt is ranking now. The tier one seems right. We did nail tier one.
Mm-hmm.
Tier one is still in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But
I think we nailed it. I really do. I would just put Georgia number one, obviously, because they won the damn thing. I'd probably put Ole Miss number two because I feel like they would have played Georgia better than Alabama did in the SEC title game. I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, it would have been hard to play much worse. I can give you that.
Bama number three, Oklahoma. Aggies number four, Oklahoma number five. Still.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. We know Oklahoma's gonna get destroyed in that first round.
No, they're probably gonna beat Alabama because Alabama's garbage.
Dude, how many rushing yards are gonna be in that game?
-10. I don't understand what's going on with Alabama's running game. I really don't. And then as far as tier two goes, like I really don't think you have to move anything else. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just that tier one. I mean, because technically we could try and move other pieces around and put, Tennessee down in tier three and leave Vanderbilt and Texas up because that's kind of like really the only tier two teams at the end of the season.
I'd be okay with that.
But then do we have did any of those tier threes go to tier four?
No, because none of them made a bowl game, I don't think, did they?
The Missouri probably did.
Oh, tier three. I thought you were talking about tier four. No, because State's playing in a bowl game, aren't they?
So wait,
weren't they a 5-7 team that accepted a bid or something?
So if we're going with that, then we can say LSU's tier four because they're not playing in a bowl.
Yeah, they are. They're playing in the Texas Bowl.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was. So all right, so those three are all bowl eligible. And then, all right, that works.
Let me see. Yeah, Mississippi State's playing Wake Forest. What's the name of this bowl game? It doesn't even say the name of the bowl game. Hold on. How do you not say the name of the bowl game? Come on, ESPN, you're better than that. Maybe not. The Duke's Mayo Bowl. Yes, that's right. Because I said I wanted to see Jeff Lebby get mayo dumped all over him.
Oh, he has to eat the mayo. Oh, that is the grossest telecast every year.
The grossest team goes to the grossest bowl.
but then they make the announcers have to eat mayo stuff, like Oreos dipped in mayo. The grossest.
Yeah, that is. If I got invited to that bowl game, I would turn it down.
No, you're like, we have to do mayo's disgusting, guys. I'm sorry. Invite Duke.
I still put it on stuff.
Oh no, disgusting.
But I'm not going to eat it out of a jar.
Like a lunatic, mayo with a turkey leg.
I think it was. Well, I'm not going to say who it was because I don't know if I'm supposed to tell this story or not. But I know somebody who, for his fraternity hazing, had to eat an entire like giant jar of mayonnaise in one sitting, and he hasn't been able to touch the stuff since.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
That's awful.
Yeah, I went. There's. I don't think I've ever had the point in my life where I would be that where like, and I smell especially now. Now I'm definitely the type of guy that go to be a part of this. You have to, and I'm already at the door. Already like, yeah, I don't care. I don't need any of that in my life. I'm good. I've lived well enough to have friends and things that I don't have to do that. And I'll be the first one to help someone move or drive them to the airport. I'm a help friend out, but yeah, to have to eat a whole thing of mayonnaise, like no, it's terrible.
It's awful. And hey, the bucket of Cheez-It crackers dumped on the winning coach of the Citrus Bowl would be awesome. I would love that. I love Cheez-Its. I think they're an elite snack.
Well, even if you don't like them, when you get done, you just go, not my mic, but you just wipe off your shoulder, right? And then you're good to go. Like it's not a long-term thing. It's not mayonnaise where you're like, oh, 7 baths later, I still smell mayonnaise.
Yeah, exactly. But Cheez-Its are like, if you're doing a list of elite, like tier list of snacks, I feel like Cheez-Its are probably S tier. Like they're at the very top.
Really? I don't know if I've ever, like I've liked Cheez-Its. I think I've maybe bought them like twice in my life.
Oh, they're unbelievable.
I feel like, and this is the reason, this is to tell you how of a fat person I am, is that they're a snack that I don't think you could just eat a ton of. I feel like at a certain point it gets too cheesy.
Dude, I have sat there and ate an entire box of Cheez-Its in one sitting. I'd had a few drinks, but the story
that would probably
remains.
That would probably help. That would probably help. All right, well, why don't we get to our man, our SEC insider, someone who's very happy with the committee's decisions. Our man who joins the show here every Thursday, Bama Bruce Castleberry, hopping on with us. Bruce is muted. You have to unmute yourself, Bruce, so we can hear you. There you are, Bruce. How you doing today, brother?
Doing great, man. I'm sorry to kind of twist things, but what the hell's going on in Michigan?
Oh, it's not good, Bruce. It's not good. But they're trying to steal your coach, so
I saw it's like him and maybe the USC old boy out there, Lincoln Riley too. It's from saying that, of course I listened to the Paul Feinbaum show. There's a bunch of those Alabama dudes that are like, pay his ass and get him out of here. I was like, come on, man, give the guy a chance.
Bruce, I have to ask, have you ever called the Paul Feinbaum show?
Yes, I have. I have, and I waited for an hour and a half, mind you, and it's crazy because my father, growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, Paul Feinbaum had a column. He had a little newspaper column, and my father used to read it all the time. And it was funny because we had my high school football coach, and where I lived on the mountain. I mean, we had so much to talk about because he grew up there too. You know, from radio stations to Bluff Park to Coach Finley. He was really when Berry High School, where I went to high school, was really good. They won state, a couple times. They had Kurt, that linebacker from Auburn. He graduated from Berry. But I have called in there, and I've only called in once. But yes, I'm gonna be honest.
There you go. Of course, you get a call in here every week, though. So we're doing better than Paul Feinbaum.
I'm liking this.
But yeah, the Michigan thing is crazy. It is funny, like, because if Kalen DeBoer, I think the people in power and stuff at Alabama would be like, let's keep Kalen DeBoer. He's a really good coach, and there's no one else to get.
What the hell you kidding?
At USC, they might be like, okay, have fun, have a good
Toodaloo.
day. We're okay. You haven't been great for us.
Toodaloo.
Yeah, that one seems crazy. Kalen DeBoer, I don't see it happening, but that is where that's still. I know it was the original odds-on favorite at bookies, but I guess that's probably because they knew that wasn't going to happen, so they had no problem putting the odds on it.
I mean, straight up, dude. You know that, and it's just, speaking of the Alabama coach Kalen DeBoer, when I see him, man, I'm pulling for him, and I want to believe him. Like when I saw Nick Saban talk, man, I was ready to go run a mile and join a gym. I mean, I was like fired up. With him, he seems like a little boy that's just trying to tell you things you want to hear, and I'm like, that's what scares me about it. And that Georgia ass whooping was, they got out coached, they got out schemed, all that, man. I mean, it was straight up ass whooping.
All right, let's talk about that, Bruce. The SEC championship game. Alabama's had Georgia's number for a while. People thought it'd be competitive. People thought Alabama could win it, even though Georgia's looked really good. Georgia just does what they do and has no problem with it. Does that leave you in a state now where you're a lot more worried about the playoffs, or are you just like, yeah, that's just Georgia right now, and it's hard to beat a team twice? Where are you at mentally after that?
All the above. Alabama, dude, they got smoked too, because that right side that kept getting blitzed, that was one of their tackle. He's out. He's going to be back. Their number one tight end is going to be back, and their number one running back is going to be back. I'm not looking at excuses, and I still don't think they have a freaking chance. But they were actually hurt, and with that said, watching it, as you know, we watched it. They just got handled. I mean, they got handled, ass whooping, whatever you want to call it. Their defense was out of this world. And when their running back started hitting the ground, I mean, they run like they got a refrigerator on their back and they stole everything. It's like they run fast and aggressive.
Yeah, it's funny because, not funny because I know that was tough for you, Bruce, but funny because a lot of Texas people give Sark so much shit for getting out coached by Kirby Smart. Like, Kirby Smart out coaches everybody. Like, that was a really good example of it. He took a team that beat him a couple months before and made it look like they were a high school team for 3 quarters.
All day
like, that's
long.
how good Kirby Smart is. So like it really was a clinic. Kirby Smart did an amazing job. That was one of the most Georgia football, like classic Georgia football games under Kirby Smart that I've seen in a while.
And they had, he's like, you know what? This is where it ends, bro. I didn't know what to think about you when you got the gig and you beat me, because we didn't know I'm used to going against Nick Saban, and I kind of can figure him out a lot more than where the hell are you coming from, Washington? And now he's got his number, and he's like, they went in, and this, like I said, the schemes that they were running, I watched some of the stuff, the playback, obviously, and I mean, they were doing these stunts and these linebacker reversals and coming in, and Ty Simpson had nowhere to go. I mean, and they're going, yeah, well, he's having some of the worst games. Well, dude, he's running for his life. He's running for his life. Give him a minute and he'll thread the needle,
It's a wonderful, thing to think about, right? I mean, I wish Texas fans could have that thought process sometimes, especially earlier in the season.
Maybe. All right, so now we get to playoff weekend, 8 days away from Alabama, Oklahoma, and a rematch from earlier this season. Before we get to that game, did you like the seeding? Did you think they got it right? Not punishing Alabama for playing in a conference championship game, moving Miami up over Notre Dame. Do you think they did it right in the playoff seeding, or did they mess something up in there? Wait, Did Bruce freeze?
I think Bruce froze.
I don't know.
I thought he was just being very still.
I thought he was being very I don't know the word I can't say. This is weird, being stuffed up a little bit, and I just some words when I got to hit a T for whatever reason, I'm not being able to hit it. I was saying contemplative,
contemplative.
but I was having trouble hitting that one. We'll pull him out for a second. No, he just disappeared, so hopefully he'll come back on here in a second. We'll ask him that question again. But we were just Bruce looking very serious and provide. But I want to get his opinion, so hopefully he'll get it back of his thoughts on Alabama not getting knocked down, because I know a lot of Notre Dame fans not a fan of it. Matt, have you seen the that now there's a report, I believe Yahoo Sports put it out, that conferences are having discussions about freezing out Notre Dame?
I love this idea.
That they're like, dude, if you want to go on this whole pity party thing and then say that you're allowed in no matter what, cool. We're not going to book you anymore. Like, we're not scheduling you anymore. Why would we schedule you?
Texas, lead the charge. I think this would be the best thing that ever happened to college football.
It's like, you got to be in a conference. You cannot play this. It's fine. If you don't want to be in a conference, fine. But then you can't come back and go, but you have to let us into the playoffs anyway. Like, you don't get the best of both worlds. And then also, the ratings, TV ratings came out, and it was, they said Notre Dame has one game in the top 20 most viewed games this season.
Yeah, nobody likes to watch them because nobody likes them outside of South Bend.
But it's like, because they're on a different channel, you don't just turn on the TV and see Notre Dame a lot, which is killing their brand. Like, everything they're doing just feels like they're stuck in the past, and it's not good for them. But if no one schedules Notre Dame, I don't know what they're going to try and do other than they have to either join the Big Ten or the ACC at that point.
Yeah, I heard that Notre Dame was talking to the SEC. Like, the only commissioner that would talk to Notre Dame after all this stuff was Greg Sankey, but I don't think that's going to go anywhere. That's not for like Notre Dame joining the conference or anything like that. Like, maybe that's just adjusting their schedule to play more SEC teams. But
that's that. Like, Greg Sankey. Do you remember Greg Sankey when Texas and OU were going to go? I can't remember the name of that Big 12 commissioner, but there's a Big 12 commissioner who was an idiot that was running things, and it was one of the reasons Texas wanted to get out. And Greg Sankey got everybody together and did all these things to make him feel like they were great and, oh man, we're best friends and everything else. And then Texas and OU say they're leaving, and everyone realized Sankey was just trying to get to Texas and OU and trying to get away. And before Brett Yardmark, the commissioner before Brett Yardmark was a guy, and he just gets completely outmaneuvered by Greg Sankey, and we all just watch it and went, oh yeah, that's a masterclass. So that's probably what Greg Sankey's doing now. Is like, okay, we'll put you in. Bob Bowlesby. I knew it was something. I thought it was a double B. Bob Bowlesby was the guy who just should never have been the commissioner of the Big 12. I don't know him as a person, but I know as a commissioner of the Big 12, he was not great. That was when Sankey completely outmaneuvered him and just played everything to, guys, we got to have a collective unit between us. And basically he basically brought the SEC, the Big 12, and the Pac-12 was trying to mess with the Big 10, and Sankey went and pulled in the Big 12 and was like, guys, we're together, don't worry. And then the Big 10 raped and pillaged the Pac-12. Everybody got screwed in the back end who thought they were the lower end getting helped. So that rule in business that if you believe that someone's just being nice to you, they're usually doing something to get something out of you.
Yeah.
Usually these big businesses and everything else are not necessarily just being nice guys. But yeah, I can believe Greg Sankey's like, what can I get out of that? What can I make happen? What can I do? All right. Then we got Bama Bruce back. All right, Bruce. Now you've broken everything. So we're asking, do you think the committee got the selections right, not punishing not punishing Alabama for being in the conference championship game and putting Miami in over Notre Dame?
I'm going to tell you straight up, when I watched it over at D's and Alabama came in at 9, I let out the biggest guttural laugh I've ever let out before. I thought it was a farce. Look, man, roll Tide. I love them too, man. They're not going to last in there. I think they possibly have a chance against Oklahoma if they get their guys back. And again, it's hard to beat the team twice 1 year. So there's that on their side, but they're not ready for this. I don't know if the coach is ready for this. My prediction straight up, I think Georgia's going to bulldoze and Indiana's going to bulldoze. Everybody's thinking Texas Tech and Georgia. I'm thinking Indiana's going to, I know Indiana's got a small team from what I understand. They're small, but they just know what to do. They're all they're cohesive. They work together. But I think Alabama got a good draw. To answer your question, I hated Notre Dame didn't get in, and that's wrong. I can't stand Notre Dame. I could care less, and they're whiny little you know what. But I think they got hosed. I think they were playing good. Then it showed head-to-head counted. It did. And I think with Texas, to answer your question, is they lost to the worst SEC team in the middle of the year. And that's, again, lose at the beginning. Oh, wow. Alabama got floored by Florida State. What kind of season was I looking at? But that's why Texas didn't get moved. BYU, it's going to go to I think all the conference championships are going away. And they're going to move it to 16. I know, what about 17 and 18? 16 would have been enough. Vanderbilt got hosed, I think. I really do, because they're a good team. And, I mean, hell, that guy's going to go to the Heisman. I don't know if he's going to win. If, Fernando at the Hoosiers, if he does well. But, there's a lot going on. I don't think Alabama really deserves to be in there. I have no idea how they put them in there, to answer your question.
Yeah, Alabama shouldn't be in the playoff. No offense, Bruce.
Hey, man,
neither
we
should
agree,
Notre Dame.
bro.
Neither should Notre Dame.
Okay.
I'm okay with Alabama being in above Notre Dame. I think Texas should be in above Alabama. I think Texas should be in above Notre Dame, but they didn't get it, so it is what it is. I'm just glad Texas took it in stride, didn't complain about it. They're like, all right, on to the next season, back to the grindstone. We're going to get things fixed. Whereas Notre Dame is sitting there bitching and moaning because somebody took their ice cream away after they already had a bowl of ice cream for every meal for the entire week.
Dude, they get everything. You get all the money. You're not in a conference. You get to pick and choose. Oh, I don't really want to do that. And they're glorified. And I think it could be a power move. Like, they're getting bullied into, hey, get your ass in a conference, or you're going to be left out. You can sit at home, or if you're that good, then go play in the Big Ten. Or, I mean, did you really want to play in the ACC? And no, not at this point. But go play in the, go play Michigan and, play those guys and play in the SEC and see how you fare. If you're that good, you'd go on the SEC championship, and you'd probably play Georgia, and they would have motorboated your son of a gun.
All right, Bruce. We still got another week, so we'll talk to you again about this game in 7 days, because the game's in 8 days. But what do you think early, Alabama, Oklahoma? Is this a chance for Alabama to bounce back and play a little bit better, beat an Oklahoma team that beat them earlier? Neither teams really have a run game. John Mateer is really the run game. Ty Simpson's been better than John Mateer the entire second half of the season, even though he's thrown some picks and some bad passes. But it does feel like this is kind of a weird matchup of Alabama and Oklahoma.
Well, I think first off, we have to look at, everybody keeps talking about this Oklahoma defense, right? And they're hot and cold, hot and cold. Yes and no. They're all, and they're great. They're really good. Now, if they're on one of their hot, spurts, then I don't know. You're going to put Ty Simpson in the same position that he had to Georgia, and that doesn't look good. If you look at the last game they played, they outrushed them 400 and something to 200 and something. But they had 3 turnovers, and that's what Venables came on and said. I watched him today, and he said, well, we are special teams and we can cause turnovers. Well, that's what you did in that game, and I get it because that's their defense. Is that going to happen? I don't know. If we got some of our guys back, I think they're going to win. Now, I'm being a realist. I am an Alabama homer, but I think Alabama should win this, and I don't know about moving further. But yes, I think they have a chance.
I would feel a lot better about Oklahoma's chances if their quarterback wasn't the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Like,
well said.
John Mateer makes a couple throws every week where you're like, oh my God, this guy's an NFL dude. And then he'll make 10 other plays where it's like, what are we doing? He makes terrible decisions, and that will always give me concern in big games like this. Like, they've made it work the last couple of weeks. They made it work against Alabama. They made it work against LSU. And they made it work throughout the entire second half or second part of their schedule after Ole Miss. At what point does that luck run out? Is what my question would be. And it feels like it could be this week or next week, I guess.
Come on, man. Because, I mean, that's their hope.
It's like I don't see Alabama playing as bad with multiple weeks to prepare offensively as they did against Georgia. I just don't. I think Kalen DeBoer is too good of a coach for that.
Well, that was very, very well put, and thank you for saying that, man, you guys. I really appreciate y'all dealing with. My daughter had my phone earlier, so she ran all the damn juice out, and I'm in my truck because I dropped her off, and then I'm just, I'm in our little box here, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my God, my phone died. But hey, that's me. You know what I'm saying? That's Pat.
That is Bruce. Yeah. So we don't have a ton happening this weekend in college football. We have the Army-Navy game, 2 p.m. Bruce. Navy's a 6-point favorite. Is it easy money for Navy?
Yeah, the midshipmen are gonna. The midshipmen are gonna take care of this. There's there's 3 teams that. Jim Kelly told me there's 3 teams in the whole college football that don't have an S on the end of their name, and the midshipmen are one, and Auburn is the plainsman, and then there's one other one I can't freaking remember.
The Stanford Cardinal.
Yeah, Stanford Cardinal. Auburn technically is the Tigers, though. Plainsman's just one of their annoying nicknames.
But back in the day, like when they were 1894, 901, 1901, whatever, they were the plainsmen. That was before the Tigers and all that. This guy was an old retired Army guy. But yeah, I think Navy's gonna take this one. I've been watching. I watched Full Ride today, and dude, they are just blistering this Army Navy game. I never really got into it because to me the teams weren't all that good. But one's 9-2, and the other one I don't know what the hell the Army is. But
6-5. 6-5.
I guess that's what we got. On another note, Pat, are you going to 310 tonight?
Oh yeah, we'll be there. I already plugged the show. 310 tonight is Jelly's Christmas Jam. I think it's like 13th, 14th annual. We do it every year. It is benefiting the Kerr County flood relief. So it's a great cause. Ozzy Osbourne tribute to end the night is gonna be a blast. If anybody wants to join out, I'll be out there. So come say hey. I'll be around, running around, I'm sure, everywhere because that's how I do it at these shows, saying hey to people. But that's going to be a ton of fun tonight, Bruce. So see you down there. This is what I'm saying. All the musicians are going to be down there. It's going to be a good old time.
I'll be down there. They asked me to come in and sit in a little bit, and I will be down there myself.
See, that's Bama Bruce. You can come down and harass him. Hair the Dog wants to know, though, do you think Kalen DeBoer is the coach of Bama next season, Bruce?
Yes, sir, I do. Hair the Dog, and I will have one of those probably tomorrow morning.
get a little Hair the Dog in the morning. Bruce, we appreciate you joining us. We'll have you back next week to preview some of the games in the playoffs as we get closer in bowl week, all that good stuff. But we appreciate you. I'll see you tonight, buddy.
Later, Pat. Later, Matt.
Later, man. I'm going to say one thing about the Army-Navy game. Army is 6-5.
Yeah.
They've lost 4 games by 1 score. I think they get it done.
You think Army gets it done?
I think Army gets it done.
All right. I like that. It'll be in our predictions tomorrow. Don't worry, because not a big slate of college games to pick from tomorrow. So it'll be in there. We'll see if we pick any FCS games tomorrow for that. But tonight, go out to 310. I'll be out there. Enjoy that. Also, Bruce is playing part of Vallejo, which has been in Vallejo for years and years. That's how I met Bruce. So Vallejo playing with Jelly Ellington July 9th over at Antone's. Get your tickets for both those. Come out and support some good local music. We always love that. My man Bruce, the SEC homer here on Open Gym. He is, you can tell he's in that world of like, I don't even want to make the playoffs because now I got to watch another game.
I get that. It's I mean, I don't remember who was in the field last year, like in terms of 1 through 12, but I'm sure that there was a lot of Clemson fans who were like really upset that they won the ACC title because they were just like, oh, again, now we're going to go get blitzed by Texas, and then they got blitzed by Texas.
Yes. Matt, I did want to bring this up too before we get to wrap up the show. Actually, you know what? We'll take the break now, and then we'll get into this, and then we'll hit our meatheads, and then we'll get out of here. So we'll just take our break now, a couple minutes before. Thanks to Bama Bruce. We'll get back here in just about 2.5 minutes here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Thursday afternoon. Matt, have you seen the NFL has announced that their contract, their CBA is up with the NFL Refs Association after this season?
I have not.
So their contract's up. And so this is real thing, though. This is where they can now actually go in and try and change up how the refereeing is done in the NFL. So all those times where like you want full-time referees, you want more training, you want more practice for these guys, you want everything for these guys to be able to be, more on point of what it should be. This is what they can now discuss, Matt. So if you were going into that meeting, what would be the thing that you would kind of stick on the most to being like, hey, this is what we need to fix in the NFL about officiating because it's just absurd. Like, because there's a bunch of things we need to fix, but what's your number one kind of grief or sticking point?
Oh gosh. Just be better. I don't know. It's like there's so many questionable calls every week in the sport. I think that they need to work on holding for one thing. I think that needs to be called more often. I think that quarterbacks are treated too lightly. Okay, so here's one thing that I don't even know if this is possible somehow, but some quarterbacks are treated differently than other quarterbacks when it comes to the rules of roughing the passer. Like, that's something they need to work on, because Patrick Mahomes getting lightly pushed after throwing the ball and then flailing backwards and pretending like he got run over by a bus gets a flag, and then Jackson Dart will take a helmet to helmet hit and they won't call roughing the passer. Like that kind of favoritism, I think, is something that needs to change.
Yeah, I would say my biggest point walking in would be, we're going to grade you. Like, have a panel of people that grade the referees from the NFL every week, and we can promote people that are doing well, and we're going to fire the bottom 3 or 4 people every year. We're going to fire them every year. We're going to get some new guys in there. We're going to get new blood, but we're going to try and find some really good officials. And if we get to the point where now the grades are not dipping low enough, but like that playing favoritism, we go, hey, so we noticed you called 6 holdings on one team and 0 on the other. Why did you do that? Because here's the 37 holds on that other team you could have called. So why are you calling the 6 on them? I get those 2 were bad. The 2 were really, really bad. So I get those 2, but now show me why you called 4 more. So like those types of things, I think there has to be more accountability where people know, no, these refs actually do have some accountability for what they do, as opposed to just being like, well, who's going to referee these games? Like, pay them enough that there's a lot of people who want to referee these games.
Yeah. I guess another thing too would be kind of in that same realm a little bit in terms of grading. Like, call the rules the way that they're supposed to be called. I'm speaking in terms specifically of like the tush push. People are lining up offsides
and jumping early and
doing all these like illegal things, and you're not calling it. And it happens every time they run it, which is like 6 or 7 times a game.
And then, of course, also giving them forward progress as soon as in blowing the whistle, the play as soon as it is. So even though it's a fumble, it's not. Holding a PI can be called on almost every passing play. You're right, Joe. And so I get why it's tough, but when you see the favoritism, you're like, you want accountability, not punishment, accountability for these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Matt, we got a bunch of meatheads today.
Oh boy.
Our first one is, they're going to go in things, and the 2 videos I have are both funny. So the 2 videos are funny. But this one is more annoying. A couple of people have now come out to say, after Phillip Rivers was brought back by the Colts, that Cam Newton, and I think Cam Newton said this somewhat playfully, but also not. But basically, Cam Newton was upset that they did not call him. And then I saw that Ryan Clark had said, if you didn't call Colin Kaepernick, then also you're not being serious. And I'm like, look, and here's the thing. Here's the reason why Phillip Rivers got the call, because you're right. Maybe some other guys, but you know why Phillip Rivers got the call? Because he knows the playbook. He knows the playbook. He has played for the Colts before. Everything about it is much easier than, hey, we're going to have to change up everything we do. Now, do I think Phillip Rivers should be playing football? Not really. I think they should let Riley Leonard play. But I'm also a Texans fan, so I kind of want him to lose. But I'm like, Cam Newton ain't going to come in there and be willing to do Daniel Jones and be like, no, I need you to be a pocket passer. Both those guys don't want to be pocket passers and are going to be ready to go read defenses and play at we have to win our next 4 games to stay in the playoff hunt kind of way. And Phillip Rivers is like, I get what it is. So that one's our first meathead, is everyone who's like, it's a race thing. You're like, no, he played for the team before. I get it. Black quarterbacks do get screwed over a lot. I'm aware of it. This is not one of those cases of that. And then people are getting mad that they're not putting Anthony Richardson in, even though he's on the IR and out for the season. But so I get there's sometimes it's real. This does not feel to be one. All right, how about we get to
Hold
a
on,
couple?
hold on. I've got something for this. The last game that Phillip Rivers played was in 2020. Okay, he played for Indianapolis in one game in 2020. Cam Newton, the last time that he played an NFL game, let me get down to it, was 2021. So there's a legitimate argument there, I think, although I don't know that Cam Newton has been necessarily preparing to play football. Maybe Phillip Rivers has. I don't know. Colin Kaepernick hasn't played an NFL game in guess how long, Patrick?
10 years?
2016 was the last time this guy played a football game. And you want to know why else Colin Kaepernick is not getting a call to play NFL football?
What is that?
Because it's going to cause a media storm
that
nobody wants to have as a part of their franchise. It has nothing to do with whether he's black or white. Nobody wants the extra discussion that's going to come along with it because he was a controversial guy, no matter what his beliefs were.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He hasn't played football in a decade.
And also, he wasn't the best quarterback. Like, if he was Tom Brady, Tom Brady was a black man, he'd be playing.
And if Colin Kaepernick was good at playing football, he would have gotten a call, but he was never a good quarterback.
He was decent, but he was never good enough that you were going to deal with the hoopla about. I'm with you. All right, let's do some happy ones now, Matt. Do you remember on the show earlier this week, I played CJ Stroud going through and not high-fiving Cal McNair?
Yes, I saw this video.
This is the response here by the Texans. And give them hats off to you guys.
And I question, are they tough enough
Hi, good morning, Mr. McNair. He still hasn't gotten it yet? Hey, Cal. Hey, Cal.
Thank you.
Whoa, that's for CJ.
CJ only, that's right.
Hey, chill. That's CJ. Oh, you right.
Yeah, baby! I've been waiting for that.
Yes.
So hats off to Cal McNair for making the joke on himself. I'm not the biggest Cal McNair fan. I'm pretty on the record on that one, but I did appreciate that he was able to take a moment and instead of making it be like, look, me and CJ have a really good relationship. Everything's okay. Let's make it and have a funny idea about it instead of making it something it's not. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, that was A+ stuff by the Texans media. Taking the meme and rolling with it. I love that. And it makes Cal McNair a little bit more likable to the casual fan.
Makes him a little bit more likable. And this one is for everybody who doesn't understand 6'7", which none of us do because we're not 6 years old or 7 years old. This was at the Baylor game this morning. They played an early game, so a bunch of students are in the crowd.
I think Nikki Collins said, don't miss these now.
They will be highly disappointed if she misses these free throws.
Here we go. The first one is good. That brings Scott to 20 points. Here we go.
The screams are increasingly getting louder.
Here we go. Talia Scott, 6'7".
There it is at Baylor. She's got 64 points, 3 free throws, 3 free throws, and all the kids in the crowd. And the best part is hearing the kids that they know what's about to happen. Then she hits the first one, they get louder, second one even louder, and then freak out on the third. It's so dumb, but I love it because it just freaks out old people, and that's hilarious to me. The people are like, oh, and you're like, yeah, they're kids. They say dumb things. Who cares? We said dumb things once too. It's really dumb. Let them be kids.
No, Patrick, the problem is, and I know we got to go, but the problem is we said dumb stuff. This new generation of people, this new Gen Z or whatever you want to call it, has completely changed the English language to a point where I don't even understand it anymore when I'm talking to my nieces and nephews. And that's just another example of something I don't understand that is dumb.
Matt, I can tell you our grandparents, they did not understand us either. I get it. It's generation. I think it's all dumb too. I think our society is dumbed down. That's a whole different discussion for another day. Maybe we'll get into it tomorrow. We'll be back. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. I hope to see some of y'all out at 3:10 tonight if you want to enjoy a good show. We'll be back tomorrow for more